Okay. This is the second part of the 7-hour live that Kendall and I did back in 2018. Yesterday we did 3 hours of it, and I'm gonna go ahead and start up the rest, and I'll try to see how far I can get with it. I just want to reiterate again, I am not interested in any drama that is going on in the cesspool of YouTube. Do not bring that to me. I do not want it. I don't care. Don't try this. Don't start shit with me. I'm just over it. I have no interest at all in forging any kind of relationships with anybody on this platform. What I'm doing right now is just for clarity for the new people, so they can have some historical context, and stop having blind people leading them. So that's that on that. Again, keep me out of your mess. I'm not interested. I really am not. Okay, here we go.
We've seen take place with Jarena, where we're toying with her and giving her the time. You can see that there is this resistance to see what is, and that in all things, white supremacy is to be blamed for everything. And because white supremacy is to be blamed for everything, then that's the reason why you have a 2-year-old who is dead now. Right. And no Black media is talking about it. You have Kendall. Remember that live we did last week? Within 48 hours, 3 separate Black men had killed. 2 of them were white women, killed their significant others. One Black man killed his his girlfriend and her 10-year-old son. But still, people like Jarena say that this is all a cause of white supremacy. So this is really, it's like what you said, white supremacy has been the best thing to happen to Black people, because if you can blame all of our dysfunction on white supremacy, then the dysfunction can continue as long as white supremacy continues.
Yeah, and as far as I'm concerned, Jarena
has no compassion at all for the 2-year-olds. She has no compassion for the women who have been killed. She has no compassion for us. She has no compassion for the situation. She just, her main goal is to propagate that white supremacy is the cause of all of this. So when you say the Black community has no compassion, you have to include Jarena, because Jarena says that none of that matters white supremacy.
Well, you know what? I say leave Jarena to that. I say, listen, Jarena, we engage you. I normally don't engage that kind of stuff, but I engage you because I wanted your questions to stimulate a deeper discourse. But at this point, I'm done, right? So at this point, I'm just saying this to you. I agree with you. Everything that you're saying, I agree with you. And I agree that it is true for you. And so I think that you should be left to your belief. Okay? So live that out, whatever that looks like for you. So if you believe that we're trying to make white men seem better than Black men, then go find yourself a really great Black man and have some babies with him and marry him and build a strong Black family and join with other strong Black families and begin to build a nation. That's what I want. That's the only suggestion I could do. Or not. Mm-hmm. Or not. Or whatever it is that's going to be your fate. See, because here is the deal. Nothing me or Chris says, whether it's true or not, is going to change your fate unless you allow it. Nothing that we say is going to change your fate, sweetie. So nothing, we can't stop you from loving your Black man. We can't stop you from believing that patriarchy started with the European. We can't stop you from from whatever it is that makes you feel, rooted in your identity as a Black person, as a Black woman. And I would say that you have my permission, not that you need it, but to continue on with that.
Keep going. Nobody's
going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. For the rest of you, though, I'll say this. If you have Black men in your life that do not fit the things that we're talking about, that are exceptions to what has unfortunately seemed to have become the rule, no one is saying that you have to walk away from your Black man because of what me and Crystalline are saying. No one is saying that to you. No one is saying that you have to suddenly look at your Black man who's a good dude and who does all of the things that you need done for you in your life, and say, I hate you now because Crystalline and Brooklyn Blue said that, no Black men allowed. That, no one is saying that to you. I don't focus on my platform on the Black men who are not part of this thing that I'm talking about. And the reason why I don't focus on it is because I know what Black women will do. Black women will hear me say, not all Black men.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. And use that. Well, Brooklyn Blue said that not all Black men are not like that. So I'm going to hold out for my king. Because unfortunately, I know what Black women will do. We turn everything into a religion. And so Black women will put their lives on hold, or they'll continue to engage in the Build a Brother workshop. They will allow themselves to become mothers when they shouldn't. They will continue to entertain unhealthy relationship dynamics, all because someone said not all Black men. So here.
So we've got 124 people watching and we have 26 likes. I'll press play again when we get to 100 likes. You guys can at least give KsC the courtesy of giving a like. So same deal as yesterday. Got 62. I'll turn it on again when we get to 100. 68. 79. I got time. Or I could just shut it all off. I could do that too. 84. I could just shut this shit down if you wanted to. 93. 96. Okay.
Deal. My thing is, you don't have to go on a no Negro diet if you don't want to. And remember what the no Negro diet was always about. It was an elimination diet. You remove the variables in your life that you think may be triggering you, just like you would if you are having health issues and you think that something you're eating may be exacerbating or creating those health issues. You remove the food, so you go on a bland diet. And you remove all of the potential triggers. And then once you get yourself down to a baseline and the symptoms stop, then you slowly begin to add back certain foods one at a time to see how your body responds. If you suddenly break out in rashes and hives or get nauseous or headaches or have some symptoms, then you know, ooh, something in this food is not doing me right. So let me avoid that. Then you add something else. And you say, oh, I tolerated this pretty good. Okay, so I can do that. The no nigger diet, the hashtag no Negro diet was never about with a broad brush, saying that every single Black man on the planet is a horrible person and can't be with. It was always about bringing yourself. You have to come out of the Blackistan toxic soup. The culture is a soup of pathology and dysfunction. Some of which ingredients you're not even aware of. You are infected by this nonsense in ways that you don't even realize.
It's like,
you don't even have to be aware of.
Zombies. Like I just started rewatching The Walking Dead, and the zombie virus is exactly what you said. It's a pathology that is passed on mindlessly. And the one goal that the zombie has is to infect other people with this mindless goal.
Right.
And so everyone is consumed.
Right. And so the best thing they could really do, what are they always searching for in that show? They can't get rid of all the zombies, just too many of them. So what are they trying to find? A safe place with walls, with guards around the world to keep the zombies out. That's a hashtag no zombie diet, right? We have to pull away from the contaminant. We have to cut ourselves off from the vectors. So what I'm saying to you as a Black woman is, since we have so many complaints about Black men, since we're the ones online steady complaining about them being fuckboys and being trash and no good fathers and ain't shit niggas, then take yourself out of the loop. Get off of the hamster wheel. And how about you just clear history for a minute and hit pause and start to clean your system out of all of the stuff that just comes with Black culture. It is a vulgar, vile, self-hating, self-loathing culture. It has evolved into that because we have allowed the underbelly of our society to bubble up to the top of our society. And so this is what it is now. So what I have been saying is go on an elimination diet. Just stop everything. Just stop it and give yourself a moment. Heal yourself. Look at your mommy wound, your daddy wound. Look at your relationship to motherhood, your reproductive self. Look at your relationship to your beauty, how you feel about your hair, your skin, your nose, your lips. Look at how you spend your money. Look how you spend your time. Look at your relationship to the divine and God. Do you see God only as a man? Do you see God only as white? Look at all of these variables in your life that can be contributing to some of this pathology and dysfunction, and begin to look how to heal it. So to get off, come out of the toxic soup. And then what I said to you is, what happened is, I've been so busy fighting with Black women for the last 5 years about that part of the process. I never got to what really comes afterwards, which is what my new platform is going to be about, which is this. A sovereign Black woman who has done work on herself and has healed a lot of these pathologies and a lot of this intergenerational curses that we inherited down the line. She's strong enough to be able to discern a decent Black dude from a not so decent one. Because her whole mindset is not saturated with Black love and these ideals that are tied to race-based consciousness. No, she can go out into the mating market and entertain all worthy suitors, which in some cases may include select Black men. And because she now thinks differently and her mind is not clouded by a whole bunch of race-based nonsense, well, I need to grade him on a curve, and well, white supremacy this, and because then when he steps forward, she just assesses him as a man. And if he proves himself to be the worthy one, then he's the one who gets chosen.
This is not about white man worship. This is about worshiping yourself.
Right. But I've never gotten to the part where I can talk about what happens with the no nigga diet afterwards, because I'm so busy arguing with you, just like Jarena came, about the diet itself. But what comes after next is this, is that once you've worked on yourself and you are no longer a walking apology for all that is wrong with Black people and Black women and Black motherhood, once you stop grading Black people on a curve, once you hold Black men to a true standard of manhood, those few that actually meet that standard will bubble to the surface for you. And then those are the ones that you can add to the list of options on the table. But we never get that far in the discussion because Jarena shows up. And so I have to say,
derails it.
Right. And so what happens is, let me tell you what happens the next day.
So good at pretending not to listen.
Right. Because if you listen to what I have said from the very beginning is this. There are Black males out there. There are Black men, let me correct myself, Black men out there who are about that life, but they are indeed few and far between. And there's a lot of riffraff to go through to choose better and find one of those dudes. And the fucked up part about it is your brain is so saturated with nonsense. You are so dysfunctional and toxic that you won't even be able to tell who is who. This is how y'all end up with guys who you thought was the good guy. And then you find out later, ooh, not so much. So what you have to do is pull back, pull away and work on yourself, which is why I've hosted 65 events on different topics, which is why I put out over 300 videos on my various pages, which I have written over 200 essays and writings on these topics, because what I was trying to give Black women was the safe space to work on yourself. But you can't work on yourself objectively if you are in the toxic soup of the Black groupthink, of being defensive and being in scapegoating nonsense and excuse making foolishness on both sides, the male and the female. You have to come out of all of that and work on yourself. And that way, when you come back to the front of the line, you are working with a better version of yourself. You are working with a better mindset. So then you can better discern the riffraff from the true men. But they won't allow you to do that because they keep you in this emotionally triggered, talking about bed wenches and hair hats and hooligans and all of this nonsense. And what I say is pull away from all of that. And also all of that conditioning about Black love. You can't think straight. You're so busy focusing on what you think is white supremacy's attempt to destroy your people. You can't think as a woman. You can't think as a person. And that's a woman who's not thinking like a woman who's not thinking like a queen, like a matriarch, is never going to make good choices. So I'm trying to get y'all to think like true matriarchs, not this matriarchy nonsense they keep saying the Black community is now. We are not a matriarchy. What the Black community is now is a failed patriarchy. Women who step up and become heads of households, but still don't control all of the resources that they depend on for themselves and their children, are not matriarchs. Matriarchy is about more than just who is the head of the household. It's about who controls the systems, the institutions, and the resources. Black women do not control the resources in the Black community. We still got to go to white people for our electricity, our water, our food. So how can we be matriarchs? So the only people who would suggest we are people who don't understand what true patriarchs are. A man who thinks that being a patriarch is about getting his phallus served and getting the big piece of chicken on the plate. All of these symbolic acts. Everybody else. Yeah. Right. Symbolic acts of deference and worship and submission. But so what I have been saying on my platform is cut it all out, pull away, detoxify your mind, not only from the self-loathing and the self-hatred, but also from Black consciousness too, because that stuff is very toxic to a Black woman. It teaches you to hate yourself. It teaches you to dumb yourself down. It teaches you you're unworthy. So what I have been saying for the past 5 years is get off the hamster wheel, come out of that bowl of toxic soup and start to work on yourself as a woman first. Stop talking about what white people are doing to Black men and start thinking about what's going on in your life as a Black woman. Right. The community
think about what Black men are doing to you.
Right. And how that affects your choices, how that affects, they keep telling you to choose better, but how can you choose better from the same choice of options? And let me tell you something, from you dudes, you so-called on point brothers and educated lames like SWP and all of these other guys who swear they're the good guys who kept getting overlooked. Y'all are not the good guys.
No.
Y'all are just a lamer version of the destructive guys in the community. Y'all are maybe a passive destroyer to the thugs' active destruction, but you're not a good guy either. You're not a good choice for Black women.
Here, there's a contempt. There's an inherent...
You hate us. You think we don't know you hate us?
The inherent contempt that these men have of Black womanhood. They hate us.
But they don't know.
But they hate us.
We know
this is what we're supposed to strive for. And I say to you, all of you, is to reject that. Reject that. Stop worship. This is not about the worship of white men. This is not about the worship of Black men. This is about the worship and reverence of self.
Right. And as a woman who y'all say y'all want us to have better standards and to choose better, you realize that a woman who has really great standards and loves herself is not going to negotiate on the talking points that y'all want to bring up every time we ask you to be men, right? Because when you go to Tone Talks and listen to him and Zoe Williams talk about how Black women are bullying them, and how when we go to a man and ask you, what do you bring to the table as a man? And I'm supposed to understand you can't bring those things to the table because of white people and white supremacy. That I have to grade you on a curve before I even meet you. You got to get 100 cool points before I even meet you, you know, white supremacy. Then how am I supposed to have these great standards and choose the top of the line, that are the standards that are going to call out of you your manhood, that calls out of you your desire to be the best version of yourself as a man, is if even before I see you, I have to grade you on a curve because you know, white supremacy. Like y'all can't have it both ways.
They will eventually resent us for. They don't love us for that. They don't. They actually really resent us and hate us that we don't hold them to that same standard.
Yeah.
So they know
because it doesn't motivate them to become right. It's don't. Y'all say that you want women to inspire you, right? That's what we women do. We inspire men. We give you something to work for and to be, and if necessary, to die for. We give you something to live for. We give you something to die for. That's what we do, and we don't do that for you, right? Because we're ratchet and wretched. But we became ratchet and wretched trying to lower our standards to accommodate your failures as men. When we keep the standards high, you say we're gold digging, materialistic Negro peons who are bully dating you and have unrealistic expectations. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, work with a brother because, you know, the white man keeps us down. Then when we work with you and the shit goes to pot, say, well, you should have chose better. Which is it? You cannot have it both ways. No, what you are afraid of is if the Black woman keeps her standards high, that you won't be able to meet them. But all of this is a deflection from the fact that you don't ever really think that you will ever be able to throw off the yoke of white supremacy. And you're so afraid that we will figure that out one day and decide to jump ship, that you keep selling, you know, Black love and the buy and buys, like selling Jesus and salvation after death. You don't never get to know, consciously in this life, you will never know if you saved or not until after you die. And by that point, it's too long, it's too late. But you can live your whole life holding on, right? So that's what Black people do. Black love is the Black woman holding on, where the covers of Essence magazines have all of these Black men on it and talking about Black love. Black men who don't even personally date or choose Black women in their real lives, like The Rock and Reggie Bush and Omari Hardwick and all of these Black male swirlers. Y'all will propagate that mess to us and say Black love, but you're not doing that to the brothers. Why do you do that? Why do you tell Black women to hold out for Black love and to work with a brother? And then when we work with you and we end up choosing the worst of you, then you say, well, y'all have low standards and you only want God. But
don't. You have to be perfect.
Right. Because always
the most, but here's the catch-22 of it that you haven't mentioned yet, is that the highest achieving Black men that the Black community says it should be your goal, who you should be focusing on, those very men are the ones that are exercising all of their options.
Right. That's the irony of it.
They are telling you to run a marathon with one leg and one arm. And they're telling you to run the marathon and have the same time as everybody else, but you need to run that marathon. If you don't win the marathon, you're the failure. You're the failure. But what they're not telling is the successful men that they're saying that you should choose better from are being told to taste the rainbow.
Those men are not
too different.
Yeah, Ralph Richard Banks wrote a whole
that are being fed.
Ralph Richard Banks wrote a whole book talking about that in 2011. Y'all didn't go flocking to that book, but y'all went flocking to Steve Harvey's bubble lip, bald-headed ass team, think like a woman, act like a man, fuck like a pig, cluck like a duck. Y'all went to that Black Negro who was a 3-time marriage loser, sell you Black things to tell you, well, if you just do this and do that, that your Black man will come back home to you. You didn't go listen to Ralph Richard Banks, the PhD level Stanford professor, law professor, tell you the truth about your situation. And at the end of the book,
married to the same woman, got 3 Black sons.
by Black children that Crystalline herself has interviewed, who after he studied all of the numbers and the stats and he did the interviews, came to the same conclusions that me and Crystalline came to, which is if you want to save Black people, the best thing you can do as a Black woman is to open up your options, because it creates a need for competition. As long as he corners the market on your womb and your loyalty and your love and your presence, he has no reason to become a better man. He has no reason to build anything. He has no reason to. So the best thing that you can do is to take the pressure, the marriage squeeze, where it's 4 and 5 and 6 of you all in rotation, competing for the affections of one halfway decent dude. It's for 3 of you to open up your options to include men that don't necessarily look like him. It takes the pressure off all of the women, so that one or 2 of you that eventually will get chosen by the Black man gets your Black man. The woman who was never going to get chosen by him ends up with a husband and a father for her children. And it also lets the Black man know that we all have options.
That's right.
He only wants what the white man wants. And that's the fucked up part about it. Y'all saying that we worship white men, but y'all are the ones who worship white men. Because how come the only time you seem to care about what Black women are doing is when
they're with white men?
With white men. All of a sudden, that dark skin, y'all have been calling Serena Williams a monkey, a transvestite, a man, for 20 years. The only time you saw any value, or you liked her ass, because as Nelly said, it must be your ass because it ain't your face. So y'all loved her body, but you hated her face and what she represented. But all of a sudden, she becomes the most valuable asset to the community when you see her with a wedding ring on in the arms of Alexis Ohanian. The only time you value the Black woman is when a white man wants us, and suddenly we become the most prized possession. And then at the time where we are a hair-hatted hooligan.
Right. And I gotta tell you, Kendall, you've seen it from the very beginning. When my book first came out, and I wrote an article for Madame Noir that you could still find, why I wrote Swirling, in the comments section. You can still see it there. A Black man said, I've seen pictures of you, Crystalline, and I can see why you are promoting Swirling. You're promoting Swirling because no Black man wanted you. Now, fast forward 5, 6, 7 years, as fine as Crystalline is, she could have found herself a black right. And that's only because when I got on YouTube, when the word started getting out and more white men were writing into me, were coming in on my channel, were guest speaking, were displaying more interracial marriages on the blog and etc. Then all of a sudden I became valuable. I became the one that got away.
So the irony of it is that people like this Jarena woman who comes here and tries to make it seem like we're the ones who's placing white men on a pedestal and we're the ones who are deifying white men. Actually, you guys are the ones who deify white men, because it seems like the only time Black women become of any value to you is when the white man has us. Yeah. So clearly what he does, what the standard that he sets, I mean, clearly y'all worship light skin and white women and mixed race women because they're closer to whiteness. And because those are the types of women, they're the closer to the white man's woman. So you've been under his influence the whole time, but you swear we're the ones who gave up the race for the white man. But look at your romantic preferences. Look at your preference for light skin or mixed race women, exotical women with a certain texture of hair and certain features. And that's all white. So what you want is to sleep with women who represents biological whiteness. So that's your way of fucking white men through by proxy.
Right.
Your preference for non-Black women, and particularly lighter women, is your way of being chosen by white men by proxy. Because you can't, as heterosexual men, it look kind of strange if you're fucking a white man himself. So what you do is you get the closest version of him in the female form. You're the one who worships the white man. You're the one whose preference for certain hair texture has got your women spending $1 trillion a year on other bitches' hair. Right. So I don't understand. And then you turn around and say, y'all wear stinky weaves and you hate yourself. Why would we not hate ourselves when we've watched you show preference for women with straight, good hair for 200 years? I don't understand. Like, why would you expect us not to emulate those women when you have thrown those women in our face for as long back as we can remember? So y'all expect us. So what you wanted to do is make us feel like shit. And then when we started feeling like shit and then tried to do things to level the playing field, then you say, nanny, nanny, boo, boo, we always hated you. You hate yourself. You hate yourself. Remember when Treasure just a week ago got Dr. Phil and said she wanted to be white and y'all was calling her all kinds of names? But yeah, Spice called y'all niggas out because she had y'all believing that she had bleached herself. And y'all was all up and down the Negro blogosphere talking about Spice's self-hatred. But Spice is the exact archetype that y'all trash every day in Black women. So what you want, let's be clear what you want. You want to openly hate us and convince us to hate ourselves. You want to blame us because you're angry with us because we are the ones who make you Black and thus inferior to white men. And you're angry that we're jealous of our womanhood because it gives us certain protections that you don't get as men. So you want us to hate ourselves and you want us to self-loathe and you want us to self-punish and be a walking apology for being Black women, Black-looking Black women. But you don't want us to aspire to anything that you actually do want. You don't want us to lighten our skin or to straighten our hair or weave our hair, or to contour our makeup to make us look more like the object of your desire. Right. So if we don't do that, then we get looked over and we become invisible because don't nobody want no dark-skinned, nappy-headed bitch that look like a man. If we do that, then we're self-hating coons who just have a serious inferiority complex, unexplained, by the way, inferiority complex towards white women.
Right. You're supposed to have some self-esteem about yourself. Yeah. How in the world is the average Black woman supposed to have some self-esteem about herself?
Yeah.
What Kendall just said.
Yeah, and y'all know I don't have no love for KsC, but when it comes to that colorism stuff, sis is on point. And she been calling y'all niggas out and y'all hate her for it. Because what you don't want is a Black woman. So here's the problem. And here's the problem with the bedwenching. A good portion of the women that y'all see who are now ending up on the arms, in the beds, and in the homes of white men are the exact archetype of Black women that you hate and defile every day. And it's confusing to you. And it's confusing because one, it was supposedly the white man's mind fuck of you, his Jedi mind trick over you, his Vulcan mind meld that made you hate her in the first place, right? Because, white supremacy and white beauty standards, and the Black man can't help but hate his own mother because the white man made him do it. So then you're confused when you see that same white man who tricked you into hating your own mama, scoop her ass up and put a ring on it. So that's
right. That's so confusing. That is confusing. Completely effed y'all's mind up.
And what it is to remind you of how powerful he is, that he can change the standards whenever he feels like it. Whenever he feels like it, just like he told you that you was the best thing ever. And he put you on the cover of the magazines and he told you that you was a big, dark mandingo who can throw a ball around and was the most desired man on this planet. And your ass believed him and believed him so much that you began to drink the Kool-Aid that he wasn't the one who was creating this, manufacturing this belief that you were really that dude. And then you started throwing your weight around in front of your own women and saying, ha, 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 well, everybody want us. See, the white woman, the Asian woman, everybody want us, Hispanic women, white women are winning. Y'all better get in line. What did Trick Daddy said? Y'all better tighten it up because these white hoes is winning, right? Mm-hmm. So y'all believed that y'all drank the white man's Kool-Aid when he promoted you as the most virile thing on the planet, starting probably in the 80s, right? And y'all started drink the Kool-Aid. So much so that you then threw it in our faces and said, well, see, yeah, they like us, because we're dark and manly, but you dark and manly too. And a woman's not supposed to look like that. So nobody wants you.
Okay, so we've got 302 people watching and we only have 203 likes from what I see. If you're enjoying this content, the least you can do to pay homage to KsC, where you're hearing the message from the messenger. I'm gonna stop until we get to 300. We're at 208. We're at 300 people in here. We're at 228. You guys gotta learn to have some respect for people who made sacrifices for you guys. 244. Again, it was at one point important to me it's not anymore because I see things a lot clearer now. I understand who I'm working with. So I'm released from that. But when it comes to my friend, Kendall St. Charles, she deserves the respect of your like, at least. Since a lot of y'all are using her message points to get subscribers and money, and then pretending that you don't know who she is. We're at 260. Thank you, Adrian Niv, for the super chat. Adriana, I'm sorry. Okay, we're just at 260. Okay, how about this? Compromise, 280. You get to 280, I'll turn it back on. Or we can just sit here. Why do I keep asking for the likes? It helps the algorithm. I don't want everybody to see this. I don't know how long I'm going to keep this up. So I want everybody who needs to see it to be able to see it. And we all know how YouTube works with the algorithm. We're at 267. I got time. I got time. All you have to do is give a like. We're at 274. 6 more likes. Shoot, even y'all hate watchers want to hear what she has to say, so you might as well give it a like. 278. Okay.
So about 5 years ago when he started changing it up a little bit, and all of a sudden light-skinned Black men started to become a thing again. And he started promoting men like mixed race men like Jesse Williams and multi-generationally mixed men like Stephon Curry and Drake. And suddenly you're starting to realize, damn, wait, hold up a second. What's going on with all these white brothers around here? What's happening? And you realize once again, you bamboozled. What did Malcolm said? You've been tricked. You've been bamboozled, because what you thought was your inherent worthiness was once again a trick of that all-powerful white man. And he made you what you are. What they say, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Right. And so while let me tell you what he did, because he is the mastermind here. What he did was for a good 100 years or so, encourage you, and you willingly did it, to hate your own woman, to defile her image, to talk bad about her skin and her hair, and to see no value in her, while simultaneously promoting you as the most virile, chosen man on the planet. And you believed him. And just when he got driven, when your arrogance had driven a huge enough wedge between you and your own woman, where now she's ready to walk away because she now believes that you hate her, he's now switching it up. He's now removing your image as the dark-skinned man at the top of the heap, replacing you with his mixed race son, and promoting that very dark-skinned Black bitch that he convinced you was nothing, as his older girl. And you're standing there looking stupid because you didn't realize that he was working you the whole damn time. And then you wonder why some of us are looking at him like, shoot, I'm with him, because you get got by him every time. You get so easily manipulatable. Next week he'll be telling you to love pigs, and you'll be on the cover of magazines with pigs talking about you Black thing. Y'all don't oink like a pig do, so that's why these pigs is winning. Y'all better oink. And y'all, whatever the white man tells you to value, you value. Whatever the white man tells you is good, you think it's good. Whatever the white man prizes, you prize. So the Black woman would be stupid if she really wanted to grab your attention. But she would be stupid not to start dating white men. Now, I'm not saying that's why she should do it, but I'm just saying, since y'all saying that we're leaving because we hate you. No, if she was smart, she would suddenly allow herself to be on the arm of white men, because that's the only thing that seems to matter to you.
Right.
Because
and you're right. It's a brilliant assessment. you said that Ralph Richard Banks, he called it. In a way, he said, black men want what white men want. As soon as you open up your options and start dating non-black men, that's when black men will want you again.
And he wrote that book.
A black man who said this.
Yes, and he wrote that book in 2011. Fast forward almost 8 years, we're going at 2019. Look at all this bedwench talk. Look at all of this fuss over Meghan Markle.
But before the bedwench talk was the nobody wants you talk. Remember that?
Yeah. But it was the wall of silence. And we get your passports, we go into Brazil. But see, notice the brothers ain't talking about them walls and them passports as much anymore, are they? And you might not want to take your black ass down to Brazil now because they just got that alt-right president.
Right.
Take your black American ass down to Brazil now. I dare your black ass.
Right.
That white alt-right president down there who's about to start kicking black Brazilian asses. So yeah, let's see how good your passport is now. And where's that wall again? Because y'all was talking about building a wall before Trump was. His wall is going up faster than y'all's are because I remember Sergeant Willie Pete and the rest of them clowns talking about the wall of silence 10 years ago. Where's your fucking wall? Because I ain't stopped talking yet. Where's your wall, boo-boo? Trump got militias going down to the border right now to take on these Guatemalans and Mexicans and shit that they think is about to invade the country. They were able to pull together a militia to form a human wall in 6 weeks. You had 10 years to build your wall of silence and niggas ain't shut up yet.
Right.
So I don't understand why. Think about it from a woman's perspective. Why would black women not start looking at white men? All the conditions are favorable for us to do so. And the number one conditioning being you outed yourself. You hacked yourself using social media by coming to the public square to supposedly voice your grievances. Remember, what did y'all say? The voice of the average
everyday brother.
So y'all came to the public square to voice your grievances, which was within your right. But you let us know. A lot of black women didn't fully understand what you were feeling. Right. We didn't fully understand this seething anger and hatred that you have for us. But you hacked yourselves. So you told us you were throwing up the wall of silence. You were getting your passports. Negotiations was shut down. Unless we came first with sex, submission, service, and shutting the fuck up, that you were taking your toys to another sandbox. You were going to Europe, you were going to Asia, you were going to South America, you were going to the Caribbean islands to get a Dominican prostitute, to get a poor black Brazilian woman living in a favela who were going to treat you like men. This is what you said you were going to do. So we believe you now. So now that we said, oh, well, sisters, I guess the bell has been rung. We gotta figure out a plan B because dudes are tired of us. And we said, wait, hold up. Well, I don't know. Brad been hovering around my cubicle a little bit longer than normal. And well, shoot, is that the 15th commercial I done seen with a black man?
But I want to just say the proof of patriarchy and how women operate.
Right.
So basically, they said that they're going to go to Brazil, they're going to go to Africa to get these women. Nobody's talking about why they wanted to go to those places. They wanted to go to those places because the women were worse off.
Right.
And so if a woman feels like, it goes back to what we talked about, where she's got a better deal, where she's going to have a little bit better life. If she feels like she's going to be protected and taken care of a little bit better than what she is, she will submit. You just proved our point.
Right.
But see, the thing is that you can't take care of a westernized Black woman for whatever reason, because you can't compete. So what you're going to do is go to a worse off situation where a woman, it feels lucky to have you because of the shitty situation that she's in, so that your form of patriarchy is going to work on her. So basically, you have proven our point.
Well, yeah, and it's not just that. Think about those countries. Those are countries usually third world countries or countries where the dollar has more value there.
Yes.
So what you had to do was go to another man's patriarchy, not just where he created a different kind of woman. His whole system benefits you, right? So you can't you don't have a patriarchy of your own to offer her. So you had to go to another man's country and poach her out of that country. Either you go and you bring her here and bring her back here so she can be your domestic slave, or you try to go and set up shop in someone else's patriarchy. But you can't really bring her back to your own. I don't know of too many African men going to China and bringing back a Chinese wife. They go to China, fuck Chinese women, make Chinese babies, and then leave, but they're not bringing them back to their, because Chinese women, for the most part, are leaving Asia to come to Africa to be sitting in no place without no damn running water. Right. No, you do is you leave your country, which is not really your country, where you have no patriarchy of your own, and you go to another man's patriarchy where the women are so desperate that you look like a good catch.
Yes.
Benefit off of the failings of another man's patriarchy and the desperation created in their women because of it. And so in essence, you're picking up the droppings of another man's patriarchy and the disadvantaged women that are the byproduct of those systems. And even, but here's the deal, even that man.
Wait, isn't that what white men do though?
Yes.
What white men are doing?
Yes. And so the irony of it is even those third world nations and second world nations where you go to, like Brazil and other places where you want these women who are traditional and who are going to respond to your manhood. Manhood. What you're doing is saying you're not even as good. You as a Black American man are not even as good as those dudes, because those dudes at least got their own country and their own women. You got to go and leave your own country where you control no real resources, not the majority of you, and where your women don't respect you and will not willingly submit to you, and go pluck and poach the women of another man's patriarchy who are so desperate to get away from him that you look like a better option.
Right.
That whole story is wretched. That whole story is wretched, dude. But you're so busy delighting in your ability to hurt our feelings by doing all of this that you didn't even realize what it really said about you. So you started talking about throwing up the wall of silence and going to other places, not realizing what that really said about you. You think that Black women's failures as women is the byproduct of us alone. No, Black women's failures as women is the byproducts of your failures. Because if you wanted women, I've said this before, submission requires dependency. In order for a person to submit to you, they have to depend on you. In order for me to depend on you, you must stay. Oh, so if I can't rely on you to hoard the resources, you don't control the water, the food production, agricultural distribution, health, education. You don't control that. You don't control the banking system. You don't build the houses. You don't control the businesses. All of the grocery stores in the neighborhood are owned by foreigners. The streets are paved by white people. Nothing, you control nothing, right? And you can't even protect me in my neighborhoods because you've let the rogue males take over the neighborhoods, and so I can be shot and raped at any time.
You're not going to be the cleanup man. You independent, so you don't need me. But submit.
You don't clean up my mess. So then what am I submitting to? Exactly. Because the only thing that is left after you remove resources, after you remove protection, after you remove provision, the only thing that is left is your ego and your phallus. Those are the only things left for me to submit to. So when I did that, right, submitted to your ego and your phallus, then you said, I destroyed the community by choosing those.
Right.
But if
and here's the thing, let's just be honest too. So there's a kind of twisted hypergamy.
Okay, I'm gonna stop for a second. Somebody sent me a DM on my Instagram. Y'all really need to stop this foolishness. So immature, pathetic. A lot of you guys act like the men you hate. You really do. Why am I saying that right now? Some people have a problem. Some people have a problem with me using, this is so
Y'all, this is why I don't want to have anything to do with you all. I don't. I don't want to have anything to do with you guys. I really don't. So before the shit show begins, I'm going to stop this because I don't have time for this bullshit. I'm going to stop this right now. And I'm going to show you something. Let me show you something. Already plotting to discredit, already plotting for drama, already plotting for animosity. You're already doing it. So some folks took issue with me using the image of another content creator. And they said, this is passive aggressive stuff. You know, this is deliberate. And I'm like, what the F are they talking about? I don't know what they're talking about. And then I find out it has the image of the Black woman with the wings and everything. And I was like, listen, I'm not on YouTube like that looking at, like I said, I have no desire to connect with any of you anymore. I really don't. So I'm not watching things like that. I'm not. So yesterday, when I was looking for a picture that best encapsulated Kendall St. Charles, dark wisdom, the dark shadow feminine, I went to this website right here where I pay $100 a month for. And what I did was key in, and you're going to watch me do it, goddess. And so I scroll down and I look, just like you see me scrolling down now. And I find this, because all of the other goddess icons are fucking white. But y'all are the niggas you complain about. You're starting mess, saying that I'm being passive aggressive. Fuck you forever. Goddess, look at this page. Yeah, there's Cleopatra, but no. I scroll down and I find this image. I find this image and it is appropriate. But y'all steady scheming. Look at that. Re-download for free. I just looked up goddess and that's what it is. Y'all steady scheming. You make me sick. You make me sick. So you can go ahead and squabble over some bullshit. I'm not interested. But y'all are your own worst enemies. You really are. You sitting up here fighting and scrambling to defend yourselves that you're trying to pick on every little thing. Every little thing. When I just showed you that it had nothing to do with any content creator, because I'm not following y'all like that. I don't want to connect with you. I don't want a relationship with you. I don't care. So miss me with the bullshit. Y'all say I'm crazy. No, some of y'all really need to see a psychiatrist. You call me crazy, Karazen. Some of y'all really need to seek some help. So that's that on that.
That's that on that. And let's go back to the regular programming. Y'all, immature fucking bitches make me sick. You spiteful, immature women.
Choosing a thug.
Oh,
You're in
yeah.
a community where a 2-year-old can be raped by a 32-year-old man. And you're trying to get protection. You can't even count. Your dad isn't around. You don't know, maybe you don't even know who your father is. Your father then left. He's a Rolling Stone. He's on his 3rd baby mama. You don't have any male protection in the house. The neighborhoods are in chaos. And so that thug who has everybody at heel, at his command, is a certain kind of hypergamy.
Yes, of course. But see, they're not women, so they don't think, they want us to be women, but think like men. Isn't that what Steve Harvey said? Act like a woman, think like a man. So as a man, they think that we should say, well, I'm gonna be, all of that's going on, but I'm still gonna play by the old rules, which says that I should date the obvious, the lame dude, right? The stable, sturdy dude. But if you're living in a dangerous environment, that stable, sturdy dude, he's not of value to you in that environment.
You're walking down the street and your child can be raped by a 32-year-old man. You're gonna look to that thug.
That's right.
Put a cap in his ass.
That's right. That's right. But see, y'all don't want us to be women. So y'all say we're not women. We don't think like women. We don't act like women. But women think very differently than what y'all would have us do. Women are going to adapt. That's our skill. We don't have brute force, but what we have is the ability to adapt and the willingness to sacrifice just about everything to protect ourselves and our children. That's what women have. And so women are very different than men. So it's no different during the Holocaust, during World Wars I, II, III, during the Civil War, everywhere. When other men came in and took over the area, there were women from that area who would link up with the conqueror.
Yeah, they were willing to sacrifice their bodies
Right.
for the safety of themselves and their children.
Right. Because they didn't want to end up in the stockades or in the gas chamber. So, but y'all would look at those women and call them traitors. And matter of fact, I saw a documentary one time about how they treated some of those women after World War II who had slept with the Nazis, and they would shave their heads. First, they were killing them. Then they would shave their heads and stone them and make them do a walk of shame and, kind of exile them from the community. But women do what women have to do to survive. And so Black women are no different. So if they are in, to give you an example, when my son was attacked, the cop that, was over the case, he was very angry because he said, I could look at your son and I could tell he's a good kid. And he was so angry, he said, because what they do is, he says, they target the good kids in the community. So the little Black boys who are not like, who do have some sense, whose parents do love them and are not thugs and criminals, they attack them. And then what happens is those boys, out of fear for their safety, end up joining the gang to protect themselves from the other gang members. And so that's how they recruit, that's how they end up getting more and more, they turn the decent kids in the community out of fear. So he was afraid that my son was going to end up joining a gang because some of these guys who attacked my son had gang affiliations. So they were afraid that my son would end up being recruited by the gang just to protect himself because he was now, because he had been attacked. And so that's the same thing that happens to Black women.
Lames aren't safe in the hood.
No, they are not.
They're not safe.
Oh my God, let me tell you, this is so funny. When I was in college, me and my girlfriends, we had an apartment. This was so funny. I went to college out of state. So we had an apartment, and we were sitting there with our guy friends in the apartment over the summer because we were all in summer school. And a bat flew into our apartment. And the scene was so funny. I wish they had cameras back then because that shit would be super viral. Of course, it was 25 years ago, but it was hilarious what happened. But what was so interesting was to see how the dudes were running around hiding from the bat more than we were. And we was like, you got to get the bat. You got to get the bat. And they were cowering in the corner from the bat. And I never forgot that scene because I always remember, we joked about it, but it was like, damn, you the dudes. I'm supposed to be here chasing the bat, right? They was hiding from the bat more than we was. As a matter of fact, I think it was one of us that ended up getting the bat out the apartment. So that's just an example of the so-called educated lame who's running, who's retreating, who's running from the threat.
Right. It's like you don't offer any protection. Oh, good.
And so when a Black woman is living in a dangerous environment where even in her own home she's not safe, where she knows that everybody in the community poses a threat, every male, her brother, her uncles, her uncle is sealing her up, her brother is looking at her in ways he shouldn't. The elder men in the community are harassing her in the street. The preacher is slut shaming her from the pulpit. When she's in school, she knows that she's in a perpetual state of threat. Who do you think? You'll say, well, y'all should just avoid the thugs and choose the good guy. But the good nerdy guy, who's actually not even really interested in her because he only wants the light-skinned girl. He wants the same girl that the thug wants.
Exactly.
He ain't going to be able to protect her when the bullets start flying. He's not going to be able to protect her in that environment. And being a woman, being a girl who recognizes her vulnerability, in those circumstances, she adapts. And so she's going to find herself drawn to the type of men who she thinks, now not necessarily will, who can offer her the most protection, which in many cases are the ones who would actually be doing the criminality. But the thought process is, well, if I'm his woman, or if I'm with him, then at least he won't be targeting me. Now we know that's not what actually happens, but that's how a lot of these girls end up getting sucked into those dynamics. So, but Black men don't understand that. The Black man wants the Black woman to filter out the thugs in the community. They don't want to come in and rein those niggas together. They don't.
Here's the thing, but see, that's where true patriarchy comes in,
right?
Where the men of the group rein in the rogues,
right?
So that women can feel safe, so that they can fall in line.
Right,
but they don't do that. They simultaneously want submission, but then will say, "I'm not your cleanup man."
Right?
So why are you deserving?
Because the women are supposed.
When you will not do the work. Like, I just don't understand this.
They say that they don't do the work because we put them out of the house for WIC and welfare. No, you got put out the house because you was already not doing the work.
Right.
I want to once again change the narrative. You're telling me that a Black woman who had a protecting, producing, problem-solving man in her house, who co-parenting with her and was leading her and protecting her and providing for the house, is going to put him out the house for WIC and welfare. For WIC and welfare, which remember in the 60s and 70s was probably pennies on a dollar. It's only a couple of $100s now. You can imagine what it was back then. You're telling me that Black woman is so different than any other woman on this planet that she's going to put out a loving, protecting, providing man out of her home. She just don't want to submit
and
to him.
Sex, don't forget sex.
And sex, right?
She's going to trade in sex for WIC and welfare.
Right.
Come on.
So stand in the WIC and welfare line, get treated like shit by white people.
Right.
Giving some nasty ass WIC and welfare food. I mean, so that's what y'all are trying to tell us. That's the narrative that y'all
like. You got to be kidding me. No, listen, women of all, no matter what race, no matter where they come from, they want to be protected. Donald Trump said it the other week. He's trying to ramp up the racism, but he said in one of his press conferences, women, I need to keep these Mexicans out because women and you know, let's be honest. White women want protection. Yeah. They want to be protected. So I gotta keep these Mexicans, these rogue Mexicans from infiltrating the United States because white women need to be protected.
Well, why do you think that one of the huge rallying cries, the biggest talking points for all of this alt-right stuff that's happening all over the world, not just in the United States, but all over the world, is talking about rape? How these Black and brown and yellow immigrants that are coming into the countries, these men are coming to rape the women. That was what was used to justify what the KKK was doing 150 years ago. That is what's used to justify what Trump is doing now. It is the protection of white women's innocence.
Yeah.
So white men will use the protection of their women as a rallying cry to come and kick your ass.
Right.
And to boot you out their country, to throw up walls, to shut down their borders. But you're going to tell us that you won't go into your communities to deal with your rogue element. The women and the girls, the 12-year-old girl needs to
Right.
filter him out by not dating him and not giving him.
Right. She should know better. The 2-year-old should have chose better. And then the mother should have chose.
The 14-year-old girl is supposed to take on these roles.
We are responsible for everything.
And all of it, think about everything that the Black woman is supposedly responsible for. Ironically, it's the same types of things that allow the Black man off the hook. Isn't that very interesting?
Oh, yes.
So that the 12-year-old, 13-year-old girl, whose statistics say there's a 67% chance that has been molested before she's even a grown woman, and is living in, a lot of times 30% of which is living in poverty, extreme poverty, that these girls are supposed to have the wherewithal to be able to discern between
no better. And here it is right here, hidden in plain sight. Thanks for showing it to me. Trends and disclosures about victimization. As someone who has served as a peer and youth mentor, as well as an advocate of women and girls in various settings, including domestic violence and rape crisis centers, I've noticed some disturbing trends in the disclosures of victimization. One trend that emerged is that majority of Black women I encountered had been sexually abused as children and did not address the abuse until adulthood. The realization that child sexual abuse is more common than I ever imagined could be confused and angered me. And I was compelled to dig deeper because clearly something is just not right. Oh yeah, it is.
Where are you reading that from, Chris?
Huh?
Where are you reading that from?
This is the link you sent me. Trends and disclosures.
Oh, yes. Right. So they want to complain about the obesity in the Black community and how all Black women are all fat BT 1000s. But let's look. Did you pull out the study that correlates early childhood obesity and sexual abuse?
Right.
Did you pull out the study that equate.
Understand that these girls are eating to get fat to protect themselves because we saw, going back to the fashion show, look at how Black women are so naturally beautifully endowed when their nature is allowed to blossom without any barriers.
Right.
See how beautiful they can become. And so you become a target for the sexuality of the reprobate that you refuse to police because you won't be the cleanup man, but submit.
Right.
So what
you got the men in the community abusing the daughters and the women colluding with them and abusing the boys too. And then the girls as a form of self-protection measure, and women who have been raped, I remember even after I had my son, I was so, I was just in such a bad space psychologically, and I was full of rage at men and my son's father and all of these different things. I put on a lot of weight. And part of the reason why I put on a lot of weight was because I wanted to become invisible. Because I don't want no man looking at me so he could be trying to knock me up and I end up with, I don't want to be in this predicament again. And I put on a lot of weight after I had my son, not when I was pregnant with him. After I had him, I put on like 50, 60 pounds in like 6 months. And I remember the safety and the feeling of invisibility, because once I started putting on weight, I got less male attention and it made me feel safer for a minute while I was going through my stuff.
I wasn't going to make any commentary because honestly, I'm not doing lives anymore. I'm not interested. The reason why I'm doing this live right now is because it's a 7-hour live. I was not able to download it and upload it to a Vimeo. And the part where there was a copyright concern, YouTube would not allow for me to cut that part out because the video was too long. So the only way that I was going to be able to have you guys listen to it is through this live stream. And during this live stream, and also just releasing the information from 5-6 years ago to help you, to give you context, not to be like Nana Nana Boo Boo or anything like that, but just so that you guys understand the foundation of what you're hearing from other people. And in so doing, a stock photo becomes a lightning rod for my passive aggressiveness. And folks are going to address it today. This is why I say I'm done. You guys, some of you, y'all are crazy. And some of your leaders are crazy. You can call me crazy, maybe I am, but y'all see conspiracy in every little thing. It's a stock photo of a Black woman goddess that I got from istockphoto.com. And y'all are so ready to start a war over a stock photo. Y'all are scary. You're not what you claim to be. You are not what you represent. You're not. Stop pretending. Stop trying to act like you're for the betterment of Black women when you're trying to, when there's no dispute about where things came from. You can't pick on that because the receipts are there, the timestamps are there, the place and time is there. You're gonna pick on a stock photo to discredit all of it. A stock photo. And this is why we left. This is why I don't do lives. This is why I don't want to have any relationships with anybody on YouTube at all. No collaborations, no nothing. You will never see another live event outside of this. And I'm only doing this because I told you why already, because I don't want to be around you guys. You guys have taken so much of my sanity and self-worth and self-esteem. I don't want to have anything to do with you. But what I do care about is the young Black women who are just stumbling across this and getting the message wrong. And the message being transmitted by people who misunderstand the message is what is dangerous. It's dangerous to all of us. So that's what I'm doing. I don't care about your accolades. I don't care if you give me emoji flowers. I don't care. But some of you guys are being led by blind people. And that's why I'm doing this. But keep me out of your drama bullshit. I have had to work for months to disconnect from this. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Well, I was feeling like that at 24 years old. You can imagine what a 12-year-old girl feels like. So while y'all are sitting here talking about how we won't hit the gym and white women is winning, why don't you talk about that 60% rape stat that is probably at, I mean, they say 80% of Black women are obese. And 60% of Black girls are experiencing rape before the age of 18. That number is really, really close. And studies show a correlation between obesity in children and sexual abuse, particularly girls. They also show that girls who live in urban environments or dangerous environments tend to be heavier too. They eat to self-medicate and self-protect. All that street harassment that going on the street, these little girls, 9, 10, 11 years old are being...
But we're traitors and bedwenches because we don't want to live in Black neighborhoods, right? Right.
So while y'all are sitting in, when you sit there and dissect us and diagnose us as just being Jezebels and whores and women who refuse to submit and who are just fat and ugly and greasy and got fake hair and a lot of babies and fat, but you don't want to humanize us and say, well, why are Black women so fat? Why are Black women this way? Why? Because y'all want us to do that for you. When I go on a date with you, I'm not supposed to order the most expensive thing on the meal because you know white supremacy and the brother may not be able to have it like that.
Jarena wants to apologize, for all Black men. We need to contextualize his entire experience.
Right, but they don't have, okay.
But I just like white men and I just defend them just for no reason.
Right.
But I need to understand why the Black man does what he does.
But the Black man
has no empathy or understanding why I am in the situation that I'm in. Isn't that interesting?
I want to put this question out there.
Real time, Jarena wanting to contextualize all of this in regards to how the Black man is positioned and perceived in society. But the worst is thought of us. The worst is thought of the woman. The very woman, She is a Black woman just like us, but she does not contextualize our experience at all.
No, because she doesn't identify with us.
No.
She doesn't identify with us. I'm looking in anytime you start talking about this stuff, all you have to do is read the comments. In the comments right now, one sis says she started getting molested when she was 5. Another says she's had grown men approach her since she was 12. Another sis says, I remember when I was 14 going into Walmart, a group of Black men catcalling me, and I was in a school uniform, obviously too young for them. Another sister said, I cut off all my hair to get less attention. So here in our day-to-day lives, y'all know what we're talking about is true. But if you listen to the average black man and his handmaiden, the Black woman is not impressed within this community. The Black man is not in a position to oppress her. What they're saying is, there's no excuses for you. There's nothing going on in your
right. You're just inherently disgusting.
Inherently disgusting. You are a Jezebel spirit. You are Babylon's whore. You are in league with the white man. You are a traitor to your man and your race and your people. You won't submit because you are just a bad woman. That's what they
stay back because we need you, sister.
Stay back here and keep birthing them. Right. But when we ask you, okay, so then let's explain what's going on here with the gang banging and the drug running and the pimping and the whoring. Now we have to listen to the Monahan report, and we have to listen to, go back 100 years to the slave plantation, and you see, sister, what happened in the school to prison pipeline, and we start to have to hear about redlining and all that. So when we ask you what is wrong with you, you always have an excuse. There's always some legitimate reason why you are a hot mess. But you don't. What I realize is Black people, primarily driven by Black males, don't believe that Black women experience any inequities.
No, we ask for it. We want it. So even when we're toddlers, when we're 2 years old, we must ask for it. And if we're not blamed, then our mothers are blamed. And our mothers are just inherently evil. There's no reason for them. They just became that way in a bubble.
Right.
So there's never any accountability.
I've seen Black men argue with that 60% stat and say it's not true. Matter of fact, I think the Tone Talks dude had somebody on who said that. I think it might have been Zoe.
I was raped at 12 by a fat Black Jamaican 38-year-old man and forced on by a 17-year-old Black male.
Yeah, I've heard so many. My mother was molested at 6 by a grown man. But if you listen to Black people and Black men, none of this stuff happens. Only white men rape and abuse Black women and girls.
They're the pedophiles. That's why you shouldn't swirl, because they're pedophiles, right?
So the reason why they don't give any compassion is because they don't want to believe that there are any variables in your reality as a Black woman that would cause dysfunction in you. See, only Black men are oppressed, and only Black men experience racism and inequity. The Black woman is sitting there as a pillow princess, living the life of Riley. So anything that she does that's dysfunctional must be a willful act of rebellion and defiance against her man and against her people. But the Black man is not willfully doing the things he's doing. He can't help it because, the boogeyman and the big bad wolf that is the white man. But the Black woman, she's just a willful Jezebel whore, Babylon. I mean, I've literally seen it in the comments section.
She always wanted to be with the white man. Yes. This is what it's always been. You just always wanted it. You're just disgusting.
And so y'all don't believe. So here's the truth, ladies. The reason why there's no compassion for you, and the reason why they don't stick up and defend you, the reason why they don't try to take out these rogue elements, the reason why they don't build anything for you is because they believe that you are unworthy. They believe that they are the only ones affected by white people. That they believe that white people showed us favor, that they gave us jobs when they wouldn't give it to them, that they gave us working welfare when they wouldn't give it to them, that they gave us housing when they wouldn't give it to them. And so they're jealous. They're jealous of your womanhood, because it's your womanhood that forced and compelled white people to do the little bit that they did. And we had to fight for that. That this lie that Black women went running for working welfare and white people were handing out like cookies on the corner is a lie. And if you read the books on welfare, they tell you how the Black women had to fight for it. Because when welfare was first instituted, it was not for Black women, it was for white women. Mm-hmm. And the white women had to fight. And then even when they did get it, they weren't getting as much as white women. But this lie that Black women just jumped on the bandwagon is a lie, because they're spinning the narrative so that Black men ultimately walk away without their hands dirty. So
Mhm.
in essence, the reason why they don't feel like they should have to come in and clean up the community, that they should have to wrangle in all of these molesters and stuff in the community, that it's okay to kick a Black woman's ass, it's okay to beat her up, it's okay to kill her. It's because nothing really has happened. See, slavery only affected them, not you.
Kendall, I just need to stop for a minute. We need to pause for a minute because the chat room right now is full of women right now.
I know. I've been seeing it.
They have been
seen it.
arrested.
All of these women, and the same thing happens on my platform when we have our calls. Everybody's talking about, well, I was molested first time when I was 3, the next time when I was 7, then I was raped when I was 9, the first time I was raped again when I was 14. I mean, but according to Black people, none of that stuff happened. Black men are not raping Black women.
I want you guys to see for a second. We hear you, okay?
Look at this. He was
I
16
hear you.
when I was 12. Look at this. My father failed to protect me. Look at this.
Yeah.
But if you listen to Black people and Black men, none of this is, no, first of all, y'all are all lying.
Yes.
Right? Y'all are all lying. This didn't really
Oh
happen.
my God. Jill just said, I was raped at 16 and impregnated.
Yep. JB said, I was stalked and raped. It changed my life forever. Daria said, I've been molested as well. Your favorite one said, I was 13, he was 26.
Wow.
But see, so this is why when
Y'all
Black
just
women,
fast though. Y'all
Yeah.
fast.
y'all just fast behind girls in the community. So single mother at 16, not by choice. I was blamed by my family.
Oh my God.
My rapist was killed. Good. I'm glad he was killed. I was raped by 2 Black men at the age of 14. See, that's why y'all never gonna win with us. Y'all arguments are never gonna win with us, the other side, because I deal with Black women every day. Chris deals with Black women every day. We know that this is the reality that the average little Black girl is experiencing, the average teenage Black girl is experiencing, the average young Black mother is experiencing. So while y'all are calling us hair-hatted hooligan BT-1000s, the worst stewards of children and the ruination of the race, we know the kind of defilement and debasement that you are doing to us, to us as children and as young girls, that then cause us to grow up and be fucked up in the head, and to be drawn to abusers, and to be drawn to bad dudes, because that kind of abuse sets a precedent. It creates a spiritual imprint on a girl when she's had her innocence robbed from her by a man that's older and more powerful than her, and then she grows up and she becomes sexually attracted to that. But see, y'all don't want to talk about none of that. You don't want to talk about
Beat attempted incest before
13.
For the soul said she was molested 3 different times at 3 different ages. Y'all, who is there to answer for this?
Nobody.
I want to sit up here Arena, and all of y'all want to say this is white supremacy. This is an effect of white supremacy. We do not want to address the mess in our own community. This makes my heart hurt.
My cousin was impregnated by a pastor when she was 12. He was 52. I was still being molested at 12, living in Texas. Look at this. So this is what I'm saying. So while y'all are over there, Yvette Carnell, while y'all are when you are over there, Cynthia G, when you are over there, all the rest of you, I listened to a video the other day where a known He-Man Black Women Haters Club member was crying about being doxxed. And while he was being doxxed, the person who doxxed him, which was another dude, pulled up and found his rap sheet and pulled it up. And some of the counts on his rap sheet were domestic violence, was abuse against women. And this dude on a Black woman's platform said these exact words. Well, these words in spirit. That's right. My rap sheet only proves that I am the thug I say I am. And it only proves that if you a nigga and you get cute, you can catch this work. If you a broad and you get cute, you can catch this work. You can catch these hands. So he admitted that he beats up on women. Now, what got me was that the woman who hosted the video, who was running the panel and hosted the talk, did not stop and say, wait, brother. Are you saying that you've laid your hands on women, on Black women? Are you saying that you are admitting here that you abuse Black women in the community? She didn't say a word. She just went on and joined in with him in condemning the guy that doxed him. She didn't stop and say, well, damn, brother, how are we on this 8-hour-long conversation talking about Black community and how do we heal the community if we have an admitted domestic abuser sitting on the line here talking about telling the community what they need to do to fix themselves? He didn't say, I'm sorry for beating up on women. He said, listen, You know, he went on his thug stand, and the sister didn't check him at all. So how, I don't understand how it's all the Black woman's fault when this kind of stuff is just okay, and it's what it is. So Black women get their ass kicked and they deserve it. So whatever.
And I just want to tell you guys right now, whew, you guys, my heart right now, this makes me, I don't even know how to process the feelings that I feel right now of just all of you guys just pouring out how you've been so hurt and abused and how it's just completely ignored and how the things that really matter are just not addressed. Like, I hear you, Kendall hears you, we hear you, and you are not inherently evil and damaged, and you do deserve protection and love, and those people were wrong, and you are not fast at 5 years old, 9 years old, 16 years old, 17 years old. You were a child, and you deserve to be protected. So if nobody's ever told you this before, you deserved to be protected. It is not your fault. You are not fast when you're a child.
I was touched.
That needs to be said. It really does.
I was touched by a Black male at 17 and it ruined me. I became a cutter and I still deal with self-harm.
Oh my God. Y'all are making me weep.
That wanting to harm myself has died down. The guy has cancer now and is dying, and I wish nothing but speedy death for his ass. Never raped, but was stalked by a Nigerian for months. Scariest thing in my life. My cousin was molested by his stepfather for years, from the age of 3 and up. My baby sister was molested by a Black man who was a church member when she was 3. I didn't know until I found out, and I found out someone killed him. You see? So while y'all are sitting there calling us bastard baby making, hair-hatted hooligans, worst stewards of children, all that nonsense, why don't y'all answer for this shit right here? Or I guess white supremacy has made all of these men violate all of these little girls in the community, right? Because these are the girls who grow up and y'all expect them to choose better. Y'all expect them to weed out the thugs. You expect them to weed out the thugs and to avoid the troublemakers in the community that you ain't protecting them from.
Right.
You expect this young 11-year, 12-year-old girl to avoid the advances of the older men in the community. Did y'all know that most teenage Black girls who are impregnated by men who are adults? Did you know that? So you got 16, 17-year-old girls being impregnated by 25, 30, 35-year-old men in the community. But y'all want to slut shame the girl and say, what is it? Die, hood rat, die, the video is called. With the y'all share that picture of all those Black girls with the pregnant belly looking at school, looking in the mirror, and y'all put that up and say, "Look at these these whores destroying the community with their savage children." Right. But you don't want to acknowledge that if there was 7 girls in that row, 5 of them were the children. Those pregnancies were fathered by grown ass men.
Right.
But I guess that's their mother's fault too, because their mother should have killed better.
There's never any accountability, and it's like we see you, like, seriously, I see you, we see you, and it was not your fault, and you are not inherently bad, and this is not what you deserve, and you are worthy, and I'm so sorry that this has happened to you. Like, I can't, what's happening in the chat room right now, I can't even,
That's why y'all kill me.
So many of the people who follow us have been so hurt. And it's just not acknowledged.
The girl who molested me had her first baby at 11 years old.
Oh my God.
So you're surprised that these girls are growing up and are making terrible decisions, and men, terrible sexual decisions, terrible reproductive decisions, but you won't even acknowledge the abuse, the suffering, the torture, the sexual torture that these baby girls are experiencing at the hands of the men in the community. You won't even acknowledge that. But then you expect them to grow up and make great choices that are going to lead to a great community and a strong group of men, I don't understand. What do you got? Are we subhuman or are we superhuman?
Right.
Because on one hand, y'all telling us we ain't shit and that we're not good enough, we're not as good as white and Latina and Asian women, so we're subhuman. We don't even qualify as women, because remember, Serena is a man. Remember that, right? But on the next breath, you're saying, well, whatever happens to you as a child, you're supposed to overcome that and still make better choices. But then when we say to you, well, whatever happened to you as a child, you're supposed to overcome that and become a man, because, well, who raised us then? So why is it that you get a lifelong excuse for not ever manning up? But a girl who was first violated at 3, by the time she's 15, is supposed to have the mentality of a grown, healthy woman, and to be able to avoid the thugs in the community. The thugs that you won't come in and wrangle, you won't mentor them, you won't police the community, you won't do anything. You leave the girls in the community. And not just the girls, the little boys. My son was innocent. He was 13 years old, coming home from school in his school uniform, in his dress blues with his little backpack on his back. But y'all didn't come into the community and wrangle those niggas that came and attacked him. No, you don't do that. You expect him to take on the thugs. You expect the little girls to take on the thugs because you won't be men. But see, but then when that white man comes and sends the militia down to the border to protect his women and his children, when a white man created the KKK to protect his woman from your ass, oh, you say white man is crazy and he's evil. But then he's crazy like a fox. I need some of that craziness in my home. That's what I need. I need.
What is the payoff?
Right, but what do I get out of this submission to you?
For being the designated survivor when your humanity is not recognized. When, your children are at risk, when no matter what, is always your fault. I mean, these are women in here. Look at all of this where people just, I'm speechless.
My first kiss was an older Black man. He was 21, I was 12.
Oh my God. I mean, how can
grab my breath?
There's so many of us who are just ignored. We just don't feel anymore. Like, this has never happened. Thank you, Catrice, for putting out that number, the Natural Sexual Abuse Assault Hotline. But truth be told, most of us will not call that number.
No, and you know what? Statistically, Black women and girls do not report all of that rape. So for every rape that is reported in the white community, 5 go unreported. Yeah. For every rape that is reported in the Black community, 15 go unreported. So y'all swear in cahoots with the white man, but we sure ain't reporting y'all asses when y'all are doing us dirty. And you know why the majority of the time we don't report is either because we are made to be afraid to report by our family members, or because we feel guilted into not reporting because we don't want to put another Black man in jail. So all of we abandon y'all and we never care for you. You don't have no clue about the ways that Black women sacrifice on the daily for you, how we end up taking the hits, while how we eat abuse and degradation and humiliation, trying to protect you. But you swear that we traitors. But all of the numbers show something completely different. So when you come to us and you tell us that you are abandoning the community and you refuse to be a cleanup man because of our poor choices, yeah, you best believe that some of us are now jumping ship and saying, where the white boys at? That's because how much longer did you expect us to keep doing this dance with you? Like, we in 2018 should be 21.
This is some silly colored purple stuff right here.
Silly. Oh my God, Crystalline, that's exact. This is y'all didn't like when Alice Walker wrote that book. Y'all didn't like it. Y'all said that she was painting all Black men out to be monsters. But this shit that was happening in 1918 is still happening in 2018. Y'all gonna tell us that all of this abuse that's happening at the hands, African Bambaataa was up here in New York raping little Black boys for 40 years. It's not just the girls, it's the boys too. Right. Where is this first line of defense? Where are y'all educated, lame patriarchs that we're supposed to be submitting to? Where
y'all sit up here and say, well, when the race war comes, don't come look to us. I won't. No, you already showed me how you protect your own.
No, because you
show me every day how you protect your own.
Yeah, because you
I'll take my chances right over here.
Right, man. Because you had your hands in the pants of the 3-year-old girls in the community when we weren't even at war. So what would make me think that the molester is suddenly going to risk his life to protect the same baby girl that he was defiling just a few years before? You think I'm stupid? No, I know you are not planning to do anything to protect us. Should shit hit the fan, should civil war break out, should anything happen, you have no plan, you have no training, and you have no desire. So you can tell us all you want that you haven't built anything because we're unworthy and we chose thugs. We chose thugs to try to protect our asses from you.
Right. Right.
The big secret that nobody wants to tell the truth about in this lying ass community. The reason why these girls are being attracted to what seems like the biggest, most brute force dudes in the neighborhood, because they secretly think that these guys can protect them from the uncle and the brother and the pastor and the street harasser. And you know what? In some cases, it's true, because if you are the girl who is known to be the girl of the most dangerous dude in the community, niggas leave you alone.
Leave you alone.
They leave you alone. And I know this from personal experience. They leave you alone. So what you don't want to admit is that a lot of the things that you complain about in Black women and girls are the results of your failures as men. And as long as you keep denying that, you will never get the respect and submission of your women ever. And you're going to see more and more Black women jumping ship, they're willing to, I need y'all to understand. If what y'all are saying about white men is true, think about it this way. If what you're saying about white men is true, that they are inherently evil, that they are inherently racist, that they hate Black people, they hate Black women, they don't want us for nothing but slave fetishes, and to debase us, to dominate us sexually as a master-slave dynamic. The fact that an ever-increasing number of your women think that that's a more viable option than what you are offering should tell you a lot.
Right.
If what you're saying is true about white men, think about it this way. If what you're saying is true about them, the fact that more and more Black women are willing to risk it over there with them than they are staying behind with you should have you having a serious conversation with yourself and your fellow brethren about what's going on here. If she's willing to jump, you know what it's like being a Black woman? Let me tell you what it's like. You're in a building and it's burning. And you're on the 50th floor and there's no way to out. The pathway is blocked. You either die burning or you jump.
Mm-hmm.
And when 9/11 happened, you know how many people fell to their deaths, jumped out of the windows rather than burn to death in the office building that they were in? One of the things that they said was horrible and traumatized some of the children that were in buildings near, because they had daycare centers and stuff for the people who worked down there. And in some of those buildings, right directly across from the World Trade Center, there were children who were watching people jump out of the building and fall to their death rather than burn in that building. That is the position that Black women are in. We got the choice to stay behind in a burning building and to die an excruciating death, burning alive, or to jump ship and face probable death, but being willing to take the chance, because even that is better than the fate that most of us are facing. Think about that for a second before you call us a goddamn bedwench. That we would rather
out Trader Pooh
and take a chance with a possible supposed racist than to stay behind and endure you 1 decade longer. So I think that the conversation needs to switch from us being disloyal to your inability to keep our loyalty. I think that's maybe the conversation that needs to happen, because y'all deflect constantly and argue amongst yourselves and deflect responsibility as men. That part of the conversation never happens, which is why I chucked up the deuces and said, well, fuck it then. I'm going to think about me and me first. I don't give a shit about this. I can't prioritize you because you don't give a shit about me. You don't give a shit about my son. Y'all swear I hate my son. I'm a Black man hater and I hate my son. But where was the community when the community tried to devour him, though? Where was the first line of protection? His father wasn't around. Okay, I made a poor choice, but where was the so-called good dudes to make sure that these 3 niggas, older males, would not see a 13-year-old nerdy little boy and see him as a Vic and Mark and as a mark and attack him in broad daylight? Where were y'all? Oh, I guess I deserved it because I was dumb, right?
You see how the argument always
Circular.
To keep them absolved of any responsibility.
Yes.
Do y'all not see the game that's being played on you? Like, seriously.
I was 7 when 5 older Black boys chased me down, jumped on me, and molested me, held me down, and took their turns groping my developing breasts. I have a follower client who was gang raped was set up by a girl in her community and was dragged into an apartment building and gang raped by 5 boys in her community. I have a woman who was set up for murder and did 8 years out of a 25-year bid for murder that she suspects her husband actually committed. I have a Black woman whose boyfriend raped her, took her virginity via rape, impregnated her, and abused her the whole pregnancy. I have a Black woman client whose boyfriend or husband used to chain her to the radiator for days at a time and hold her prisoner and make her sit in her own urine and feces for days at a time. This is the kind of stuff I hear every day from Black women. So while y'all are over there talking abstracts about the prison industrial complex and white Neanderthal, I'm dealing with the everyday realities that Black women suffer and face while they're supposedly trying to hold this community together, while they're enduring your sons, your precious sons. And don't get me wrong, I got a son too. I love him too. But that just because I have a son doesn't mean that I'm no longer a woman. Just because I have a son doesn't mean that I don't relate to my sister's pain. But see, that's what y'all demand, that a Black mother who has a son suddenly is supposed to no longer be a woman. So she's supposed to protect her son at all costs. The rest of the women in the community be damned. And that's what y'all genuinely want. So then when some of us wake up and say, this is not right, it's immoral, it's hurtful, and it's ultimately killing the community. Right. Because when you have a community full of abused, damaged Black women and girls, you are never going to get good, healthy mothers and families. Right. But y'all want to act like Black women's dysfunction comes from nowhere. And we're just willfully reprobate-minded women. Don't get me wrong, we're reprobate, but not in the ways that y'all say. We're reprobate because we won't accept the truth, just like that Jarena girl or whatever, who even when presented with different facts is going to keep spilling the same narrative. We're reprobate because no matter how much you molest our children, no matter how much you abuse us, no matter how much you project your emasculation and your personal hurt about oppression under white supremacy onto us, we refuse to walk away from you. That's what makes us a reprobate. We won't submit to the truth that until you do right by us, everything you do is going to fail. So we have to stop giving you everything until you are willing to give us something. That doesn't make us hateful of you. It makes us protective of ourselves. It's the first law of nature. It's self-preservation. And the only incentive that you have to make any changes is if you no longer have us. And hell, maybe you won't make the changes. That's fine too. But you should be forced to make that choice. We should bring your asses to the brink of extinction and force you to choose. And then that's the ultimate choice of a man, right? Am I going to choose to live? Does my bloodline live or does it not? See, that white man faces that choice every day. And he's already said his answer, which is why your ass has been in bondage for 300 years. Now, he says, my bloodline is going to live. See, but the Black woman never brings her man to that ultimate question, existential questions, because we right now giving you babies and pussy by the pound. So you never have to choose between genetic annihilation and building for your women and your children. You never have to have that ultimate question of manhood answered because we won't walk away. That's why I say stop it. Because you need to be brought to the brink of fucking extinction where you have to make the decision to live or to die. Because that's the only thing that will motivate you because clearly nothing else will. Pride doesn't. Passion doesn't. Caring, fatherhood doesn't. Empathy doesn't. Sex doesn't. Nothing motivates you. We give you babies. Immortality doesn't motivate you. We give you sons and heirs. It doesn't motivate you. We give you sex. It doesn't motivate you. We give you
loyalty. Undying loyalty.
That doesn't motivate you. We give you money. We buy your tickets and your albums.
We fill your commissary.
We fill your commissary and pay your school tuition. We take care of your children when you refuse to financially. We don't report you when you rape us and abuse us. We don't snitch in the community when you holding us hostage in it. There's so many things that we do to show you we're down for you and nothing is enough for you. So then the only thing I can think of is a woman with one ounce of drop of common sense left in my head, that well then clearly the only thing that might motivate your ass is for me to leave you alone. Because nothing else motivates you. Everything else is an excuse. When we keep giving you babies, you say we a bastard baby maker. When we keep loving you despite your failures, you say we keep choosing thugs and encouraging poor behavior in our men. When we have you and raise you by ourselves because the men won't stick around, you say we're trying to put ourselves in a man's place. A woman can never raise a boy into a man. So you screw us in every direction and leave us no options. So then when we finally just say, you know what, you're right. I can't do this job right. You don't want me to do it right. You won't even work with me. You tell me I'm fat and I got an attitude and I'm bossy. But you don't want to acknowledge that 60% of us, I'm being raped at 60% before I'm even 18 years old by you.
Right.
You don't want to admit that my communities are unsafe because of you. Right. You don't admit that I'm remaining unmarried because of you. You are the constant variable in all of the dysfunction in my world. But and anytime I try to bring it up, you tell me I'm excuse making and I'm just deflecting so then when I say, you know what, you are right. There's nothing I can do here that's going to make this work. And you actually just hate me. So no matter what I say or do, I got an attitude. Yeah. I'm ugly. I won't submit. I'm too sexually rigid. No, I'm too sexually promiscuous. I keep choosing thugs. I won't get with the good guys. I won't submit. So then and I'm the worst stewards of children. See, to me, you know when it was done for me? When you said I was the worst stewards of children, because I'm a mother. So you hit me where I live. Because I know exactly what I have done and what I have sacrificed for my Black male child. So when you said that I am causing the ruination of the race, that was the last straw for me. And so as far as I'm concerned, well, I'm going to tell all the other sisters what you said. Listen, sisters, I'm gonna pull us together and say, they say that we are the problem here. Now our wombs are the problem. So then maybe we should just stop birthing them then, because they don't really want us to do.
But now you have become.
Now I am the genocidist and I am the one who hates the Black womb. But think about what you've been saying though. I am the worst stewards of children, the ruination of the race. I'm a bastard baby making, hair-hatted hooligan, BT 1000. I'm a bedwench coon whore traitor who was in league with Margaret Sanger and an agent of white supremacists. So how long did you think you was going to be able to say those things to me before I was going to believe you?
Right.
So you got to be careful what you say.
Just an observation. This video was out in 2018. You heard the things that we were talking about. Now, do you understand why I have such an attachment to Black femicide when I saw it? I didn't even know Rosa and her organization existed at the time. But we were talking about it. And when I realized that somebody was actually doing something, I wanted to support it. But we were, trust and believe, we were talking about this before you guys even heard of Black femicide. You didn't even know. We were talking about it. And when I found her and I encountered her, I took her. I was like, let me introduce you to everybody I know, because this is so important. We've been talking about this literally for years. We had no idea that you existed. So now everybody wants to talk about Black women being killed every 5.5 hours. How convenient. That's real convenient. How do you know about that though?
I thought this was a game when you came to the public square in 2006, 7, and 8 and started talking about walls of silences and passports and shit. When you were throwing your weight around, because back then you still thought you were in control. But you didn't foresee Black women taking a page from your rule book and starting to jump ship too and to throw up our wall of silence. That's why you will never get me to engage directly with these dudes. Y'all, they always say, well, why don't Brooklyn Blue? She don't defend her positions. No, but wall of silence, because see, I can execute an exodus. When I say I'm not talking to you, I'm not playing with you. See, I'm not like you. When you said wall of silence, you kept talking. and kept trying to bait us and drag us into conversations. And now y'all want to have debates and panels and discussions. That's why I don't trust anything you say you're going to do, because you don't execute properly. When I said wall of silence, I meant wall of silence. I am not going to debate you. You don't get no space underneath my videos. You don't get no time underneath in the comment sections of my threads. You're not going to get me on no panel. I'm not coming on your blog talk show or your radio show. You know how many times I've been invited on these shows? I'm not going to get in there and start arguing with Obsidian and an angry man. I'm not doing that. Wall of silence. Because unlike you, I can execute an exodus. When I say negotiations are off, I'm not playing. And see, the difference between me and you is when I leave, I take the room with me. And see, y'all are scared to death because you thought that y'all had all the power. You thought all the power was with you because you thought that our loyalty was a continued foregone conclusion. But we're proving you wrong now, and we have the backing of the white system behind us. That is why everywhere you turn, they're showing your woman with them. And now you want to call us bedwench whore coons, but the truth of it is you told us to leave. You told us the negotiations were off and that you was going to Brazil. So I don't understand now why I'm a bedwench. You can't have it both ways. No, you didn't expect me to call your bluff. You thought that you was going to scare me back into the fold, but that didn't work, boo-boo. Right. So I come back and what? So I can get molested some more? Right. What's the payoff here? I come back so my babies can be without proper schools. I come back to food deserts in Brooklyn, where the only place I can get food and some bread and some milk is a bodega owned by an Arab or a Hispanic man. Right. That's what I'm submitting to you for.
It's very personal to me, to what you were saying about just the mental beatdown, the chipping away of who you are, and how a person constantly telling you that you're worth nothing and that you don't measure up. You know, that has happened to me personally with a supposed IBM who every chance he got told me I didn't measure up. I want to tell you what a fool I was. So the calendar would be, it's November 4th right now. So rewind 3 days. It's November 1st. I would take the calendar and be like, well, this is a new month and I'm going to do all of the things that he says that I need to do so that maybe we can, live in peace and that I will be worthy and all of this stuff. So every month I'm going to mark off the days every day. And then it was month after month I would do this, you guys. And then there would be a new month, a new thing, it would be something else and something else and something else. And when I talk about how the goalpost keeps moving, I know what that looks like. I know what that looks like when somebody keeps moving the goalpost and says, well, if you would just do this, and then you do that. Well, you didn't do this, but you need to do that too. Okay, so you do this and you do that too. Well, you need to do this, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. So you do this, that, and that, and that, and that. Well, you got to do this thingy and that thingy and that thingy and that thingy. And then you do this thingy, that, and then there's always something else. And then finally you throw your hands up and say, you're right. I'm just a loser. I can't measure up. I give up. All right, I'm gone. I'm gone. You're right. I believe you. You don't have to suffer under me anymore. Do you know when I did that, that man was so shocked that I left. He thought that he would push me and push me and push me. And he never thought that I would say enough.
No.
And here's what it happens in the community. They push you and push you and push you. And they never think you say enough because most of you won't.
No.
Most of you won't. It is a true shock when the person who abuses you, you say, all right, I'm all of these things. Goodbye. I'm not worthy. And you leave. It really is shocking to them. They cannot believe it because the irony of it is that in order to leave,
you have to be brave enough to want to deal with the consequences of leaving.
Yeah.
You still have to be brave.
Yeah.
You have to be brave to say, you know what? This sucks, but damn, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm willing to deal with whatever else is out there. That takes bravery.
And I'm glad you said that, because listen, nobody is saying that Black women don't have some shit with us. Listen, we deal with Black women every day. We know exactly what Black women are about. We know the shadow side of Black women like few others do. And let me tell you, it is not a good thing. It ain't nothing nice. So listen, because I know y'all listening. Nobody is saying that Black women are perfect and that we don't do fucked up shit, that we don't have all kinds of issues that we bring to the relationship table. We do. We do. We do. We are trifling. We are all messed up. We don't know how to relate. We don't know how to follow. We don't know how to submit. We don't know how to yield. We yield in all the wrong places. It's true. It's true. But be clear. Let me tell you why what y'all have done is still foul. Because even with all of that, we never walked away from the negotiating table. Y'all rewrite history now and say that we did during the revolution, Black Revolution, but y'all know that's not true. And a simple Google search will tell you the truth. We did not abandon the civil rights movement. We did not. And the thing would be is, okay, so let's look at the history books one more time. 1964 Civil Rights Amendment, 65 Civil Rights Amendment is passed. By 1970, Black exploitation was now on the scene. Did Black women do that? Did Black women then start to promote this image of Black people's debasement for the world to see, our nasty, our inner city shit? Did the Black women do that? Did Black women start propagating the images of Black men as pimps and Black women as whores? Did Black women, So even when shit got rough, even when y'all was no longer able to do the things that you were supposed to do, we still kept fucking you. We still kept making Black babies. We still stayed in the hood. We still stayed in the church. So we didn't go anywhere. Y'all swear that we abandoned you, but where did we go? Somebody please explain to me.
Where did we go?
Where did we go?
We're still right here.
We're still here. So where did we go? No, the statistic, y'all want to know who left? You left.
That's right.
The statistics show that you jumped ship as soon as you could and got with the white man's daughter at ever increasing amounts in the last 60 years. We didn't jump ship. You did.
I just want to pause really quick. Shout out to Uppity. Uppity, I see you. I see you. You are such a cheerleader for me. Everybody, go and subscribe to Uppity Unicorn's channel. I see you, sis. I really do. Shout out also to Mocha Mommy. You guys all should be subscribing to her. Shout out to all of you mods. Thank you. Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for being around long enough to see the bullshit for what it is. I just wanted to make sure that I acknowledged you. I acknowledge you for what you have done. Thank you, Mika. Mika, you know you're my girl. I love you. Mika's been around for years. She even did some graphics for me. You guys should check her out. She's a graphics designer. You know, if you want to keep business within Black women who are like-minded, you should reach out to Mika. Mocha Mommy, thank you for just being supportive and being who you are and seeing me, because I know it's probably hard these days to be allied with me. I'm not cool anymore to be allied with. So I thank you for that. And for Ubiquity, who's also a mod, thank you for that. Thank you for doing that. Kitty Cats. These people who have been around for so long. Thank you, Fem Carib, for your $5 super chat. Thank you guys all for your super chats. I see you. I thank you. I know it's not easy to be loyal to me, to be a fan of mine, to be my friend. So I want to make sure that everybody knows that I see you and I recognize you and I thank you for that, because you're brave. You're not just going along with what's shiny and new. You see me and I appreciate it. So thank you. Thank you for that.
Y'all swear that we left the movement. Where did we go? We swear we put you out the house, but who was then making all those babies with us? Who? So where were y'all living? Because y'all ain't have no good credit. So I don't understand. When y'all said that we put you out the house for wicked welfare, where did you go?
Right.
Because you couldn't get no apartment without no job and no good credit and no and so no, where did you go? So we put you out the house and then let you sleep on our couch because that's what we did.
Well, Kendall, I gotta say, I have been saving this. I'm so glad you just mentioned this. I have been saving this because I want to share a swirl gone wrong. And it testifies to this. What happens when Black women disappear or do not become an option, no longer become an option for these men. I want to show you what other groups of women will do and what you have coming for you. So you all want to talk about swirl gone wrong. Let me share this little tidbit with you. This is rich, y'all. Texas woman. Let's see. I need you to be my wife. Texas woman is stalked by an Airbnb guest who ransacked her apartment, threw away photos of her male friends, and bombarded her with lewd texts begging to see her and 4 calls from jail.
Wait, Chris, where are you reading from?
This is from the Daily Mail.
Okay, can you show it on your screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing it now.
Okay.
So do you see it now?
I don't, but I have a lag, so maybe it just needs to catch up.
Okay. So a terrified Texas woman who is being stalked by a former Airbnb guest is sharing her story as a warning to others. Alavia, I can't pronounce her last name, began renting out an empty room in an apartment where she shares with her sister in September to supplement her income as a freelance photographer after one of her housemates moved out. On October 11th, she locked the door to her own bedroom and asked the male friend to come over as a precaution before welcoming an Airbnb guest into her home. Kawaja said nothing about Leonard Jackson seemed out of the ordinary as she handed him her apartment keys and left to carry on with her day. When she returned home 4 hours later, Kawaja's apartment had been ransacked. She said she found Jackson had broken into her room, torn it apart, throwing away her photos of male friends and stealing $500. I saw my door was cracked open. The lights were on. My closet had been gone through. Kawaja told the Fort Worth Star Telegram. The cosmetic case where my sister keeps her cash was empty. Okay, so this is the dude. Okay. After throwing Jackson out of the apartment, Kawaja immediately contacted Richardson police, who took her statement but told her they likely wouldn't be able to arrest him unless he admitted to the theft. She then took to Airbnb for help and was instructed by a representative to fill out a conflict resolution form. The rep said that if the conflict hadn't been independently resolved in 3 days, Airbnb would intervene. However, the situation only got worse from there. Over the next several days, Jackson bombarded Kawaja with texts and messages through the Airbnb site, asking to meet up with him and saying he needed a place to stay, even trying to rebook her room. One text said, "I need you to be my wife one day." As Jackson continued to I just want you to know, this is the kind of mess we do. As Jackson continued to contact Kawaja, she went to Richardson detectives again and learned he had recently been arrested for harming a child. Still, though, they said there was nothing they could do unless Jackson confessed. When Airbnb finally responded to Kawaja's conflict resolution request, the company said it did not cover cash losses and said if she wanted further action from the company, she would need to fill out a form again and wait for another 3 days. Desperate for some kind of resolution, Kawaja decided to text Jackson back in October 20th in hopes of getting him to admit to stealing from her. "I didn't want to, but I wasn't getting any help," she said. "I texted Leonard and I said I would have considered letting him stay if he hadn't stolen from me. He said, 'I just got out of jail. I want to see you.'" According to Joe records, Jackson had been arrested on October 17th in Dallas on a weapons and drug possession charge, and he was bonded out soon later. In screenshots of the text conversation provided by Kawaja, Jackson tells her he is on his way to her apartment to clear up this big misunderstanding. He also says, you will be my wife. I'm going to show you how much I appreciate you. I'm going to show you love. Do you have any condoms I can use? Lord have mercy. So here's the text. Kendall, do you see this?
Yeah.
This still
Okay,
makes me
Here's
laugh.
the text. You literally took from my
Can I borrow
room
some
after breaking
condoms?
into it. So again, if you are going to lie, then I don't want to see you. This man, I really need you. I just got out of jail yesterday and I need you now more than ever before. I don't have anything but a special gift for you to show my appreciation, that he spelled wrong, for you letting me stay. You won't have any trouble out of me. Trust me. When you want me to leave, I will leave. That simple. The only thing I want out of you is the truth. If you can't give me that, then I have nothing for you. I'm the truth. That's it. All I want to give you is the truth. I'm still on my way over. I have nowhere to go. I need a safe, clean place to stay. No problem. He just got out of jail. How many stories, Kendall, how many times have we heard of some woman letting a man who just got out of jail, who has no place clean and warm to stay? But look at what Kawaja did. She's like, so if you can't admit to me that I'm not interested in meeting you, sorry. I always ask God, so here we go, to please forgive me for my sins. I'm a sinner. I fear God. That's it. I'm not perfect. You still didn't actually admit to me what you did. If you're going to lie to me, then I'm not interested. I'm telling the truth. I do need money, but I don't have to steal. I work for mine. I'm going to get in on one knee as soon as I see you. Please forgive and let me open your heart. I'm hungry and I need to eat something.
Girl, crazy. Looney is a tune, girl.
He's hungry. He needs a clean place to stay. Do you have food? So this is okay, but Black women are wretched, right? I'm not meeting you just like that. I want you to do it now. I don't trust you in person. Will you be my wife? Okay, Kendall, let's review. Let's recap. He just got out of jail. He has no place to stay, no place clean and warm to stay. He has no money. Will you be my wife?
And babe, and I just met you. I broke into your bedroom.
I stole $500.
I stole money. I threw out pictures of your guy friend, and now I'm stalking you. But will you be my wife?
Right. I'm gonna show you. Listen, I'm gonna show you how much I appreciate you. I'm gonna show you love. I'm on the way. I have something to give you. Oh, did y'all stay in the condo I told you about? I'm fine, smart. I need that. I'm coming over to clear this up. Big misunderstanding. We can figure this out. We are both classy. 30 minutes, stuck in traffic. Do you have any condoms I can use? This derelict doesn't even have money to get laid. He's asking for money, a clean, safe place to stay, food to eat, and pussy. But I want you to be my wife, though.
Dude, I had one of those. He wasn't as crazy, but I met this cop online years ago. I met him one time for like 15 minutes. I was on my way out. He insisted he wanted to meet me. And so I met him around the corner from my house. I was getting ready to go out. And we talked for about 15 minutes. And it started, this dude was crazy. Texting, calling, I love you, all of this stuff. Oh yeah, he started doing that crazy thing too.
So this is your king right here, though. How did white supremacy create him? You know, and swirl gone wrong. So we want to talk about swirl gone wrong. There is your swirl gone all the way wrong. All the way wrong.
Listen, and nobody suggested that every single Black man is crazy. This guy clearly is crazy. What's wrong with him, right? And I would never suggest that every Black man that I've known has been crazy like this. They have not. Listen, catch the spirit of what we're saying.
Exactly.
That, listen, two messages, at least from my camp, to the Black woman. Stop being a designated survivor. Stop holding yourself back. Stop excuse making. Stop listening to Black male's version of history and go out and live your best life. And may the best man win, period. right? That's what I say to the women, to the men. If you want to hold your women's attention, if you want to continue to have access to their love, their loyalty, their womb, their beauty, their sexuality, their womanly comfort, if you want to keep them, then fight for them. And I don't mean by acting crazy in their inbox. I don't mean by calling them bed wenches. I mean by doing whatever it because I can tell you as a woman who does this work, you are their first choice. So if you would bring to the table it wouldn't even really take that much, unfortunately, but if you were to make them an offer, if you were to bring something to them, the majority of them would be rushing back to you because you're who they want. But there's always there's some Black women who have always either had a penchant for non-Black men or have always just been open. But the majority of Black women want you. So if you want their loyalty, don't beat it into them. Don't rape it into them. Don't browbeat them with insults. Compel them by being their best choice.
And here's the thing, the women that you succeed in browbeating, raping, and breaking into, you don't want anyway. Let's just be honest.
Oh, and
they'll stay behind. You don't want them. That's why you come chasing after us.
Oh, I'm worried about what we're doing. And let me say this as my final point. There is a man who is obsessed, who is fixated on women who run in our circles and sends nasty emails and all of that to me and Crystalline and some other women. Some women who don't even have platforms, just the women who are partnered interracially, whatever. And so he's been doing this for quite some time. And so he sent an email to Chris recently, and they engaged in a discussion. And one of the things that was said was that he hates me because I called his mother a bitch. And his mother is dead. And so he will never, ever forgive me. He'll never, as if, like me and him are friends. But one of the things that's very interesting is that, his anger and frustration, he said, is that we make it seem like because we've had a bad experience with our baby daddies or with a few men in the community that all Black men are terrible people, right? And that's what they said, he says that we're doing, which is why he's so angry and fixated with us. And since I know you're listening, I'm going to address you directly because I know you're listening. And so you expressed to Crystalline that you are so angry with me because I called your dead mother a bitch. I didn't know your mother was dead. But it never occurred to you that I wasn't in your inbox threatening you with veiled threats and talking about your son and calling you a nigger bitch whore and all of that. I have not been reaching out to you to express my unhappiness with you and your thoughts about Black people and Black women. I didn't draw first blood with you. You fixated on me and started to harass me. You made veiled threats against me. You were the one who was threatened to find my son and send him videos of me and things that I was saying and would mention my child and call him a retard and a fuckboy and all that stuff. So I don't understand why you expected me to accept all of that abuse from you. And then when I called you, I said the woman that birthed you was a bitch. You're now taking it so personally, like I personally offended you, right. But when you were in my inbox, see, I'm a woman.
That's how it is. They abuse.
You were in my inbox. You've been in my inbox for a year, for over a year, threatening me, trying to coax me to come meet you for lunch, supposedly so we can talk, calling my son names, calling me a whore, creating multiple accounts. When I block you, you come back under a different account, coming under my videos, making videos with veiled threats against me and Crystalline and others in the video. Yet somehow, when I defend myself and inadvertently insult your dead mother in the process, now you're going to say that I'm now I've done something to you, but you don't. Did you not? How did you expect me to respond to your veiled threats and your attacks on my child and attacks on me and threats? What did you think I was going to do? Did you think, what would you, because you're angry because you're supposedly trying to defend Black manhood from me because you say that I insult all of Black men because I chose the wrong man to be my child's father. But did you think calling me a whore, bedwench, whore, threatening my child, threatening to come find, did you think that was going to make me feel differently?
Right. That was and that's what I said to him too. I said, do you think the way that you harass and call me names is you know, you say that the reason why I do this is because one, you know, Black men did this, and yes, Black men are effed up, but not all of us are like this. And I said, well, how come you don't include yourself with the effed up Black men that you said there's so many of? Because you're in my inbox calling me names, degrading me, you know, telling me you wish I die, bitch, die. You don't include yourself in that group? Like,
Yeah,
you don't think that you have
threats
contributed to my impression?
Right. And when you were making threats against my son and talking about how you gonna send him videos and calling him a retard and calling me a nigga bitch whore, did you think that now I owe your mama respect? Right. I owe your mother respect. Another Black woman who's like me, who I can only imagine what she must be thinking with her son stalking women online. But I owe you respect, and I owe your mother respect, but you don't owe me no respect. You don't owe my son no respect.
Right.
So I don't understand the thinking process. So I owe you. So I deserved being stalked and harassed and to be threatened because I insulted your mother. But the 45, 50 emails
that we all still have right there as evidence
before I even mentioned your mother ever. So I was supposed to just accept your abuse and your threats. You know, I'm a woman. So when you make those veiled threats against me, you know exactly what you're doing.
Right.
You know exactly what you're doing.
What we've been talking about for hours.
Yes.
Whatever to you. And you
yes,
better just sit and take
you can
it.
call me a nigga bitch whore. You can say die nigga die. You can say you coming to find me, beloved. You can say you coming after my son. You gonna find him. You gonna send him videos. You gonna do it. You can say all these things. You can talk about, oh, you know my child's father. You did and you did. Oh, you real busy with me. You so busy trying to figure out who I am. You so busy trying to make me feel nervous, trying to scare me. But when I say, oh, well, then the woman that birthed you was a bitch. Now it's time to go.
Right. Now that's unforgivable.
You called my son a retard. You called my son a retard. You told
technology.
And but you still expected respect on my part.
Right.
Because you could hit me where I live, my bloodline, but I can't hit you in yours.
Right.
I can't call your mama a bitch, but you can call my son a retard.
Right.
That's what you can do. Only because you've heard me share with the world that my son has ADD. So you can insult me and threaten me and accuse me, but at the first time I speak up to defend myself against you, now it's on now. War is on. Right. And I don't understand it. You're a man. Did you think that what you were not trying to capitalize off of the power differential, being in a woman's inbox, a Black woman's inbox twice a week, making veiled threats against her? How did you think I was going to respond to that?
Right.
What do y'all expect us to do? So when you make these threats, I'm supposed to play nice with you? Right. When am I supposed to be your friend, explain and have a nice sit down? I'm supposed to meet you for lunch and have a conversation with you? Yeah. After you make threats against me and call me names and insult my child and insult me, and you don't know anything about me. But the first time I say something that hits you below the belt, now it's on and popping. Now it's all out war. But then you turn around and say, the reason why you're challenging me is because I try to paint Black men out in a bad light. But do you ever wonder that perhaps I think some things about Black men that I do because of men like you?
Right.
You're the
never see themselves. It's like, are you serious?
Because let me tell you something, there are lots of people online that I do not like. There are lots of messages that I do not like, that I think are dangerous, that I don't think are harmful, that I don't think add anything to the discussion. There are lots of people that I do not like, who I think say very terrible things, that are very dangerous and that are mean and that incite violence and hatred on both sides of the table. There are plenty of people. I have never once inboxed, emailed, contacted, smoke signaled, homing pigeoned. I have never once contacted any of them to call them names, to make veiled threats against them, to insult their family members. I don't go underneath their videos. I don't make videos of threat towards them. I don't email them. I don't inbox them. I don't stalk them. I don't harass them. I can not like a person and not like what they say and even think that what they say is dangerous or hurtful without feeling the need to personally contact that person to try to harm them or to offer threats of harm. I don't need to do that to people. Yet you're in my inbox and Crystal's inbox and Simone's inbox and Chrissy's inbox and everybody else's inbox 3 or 4 times a month. You declare that you are this college-educated, tall, handsome brother who's really a good guy. But do you act like a good guy? Because if this is what we can expect from the good guy, then I mean, the dog seems like a really good option when you're
because he's not stalking me. He's not in my inbox making me feel unsafe.
It's starting to take a nigga like you out. A dog
exactly.
like you out. And let me just tell you, I'm just going to say one more thing. That discussion that I made references to, that was hosted on the Black Woman's page. And she had a panel of people on the page. And there was one guy on that discussion. He was going by the name Shannon. I don't know this. I've never heard of him before. They wouldn't let him speak. They were talking over him. It was a hot mess. But I listened because I wanted to hear what he had to say. I don't know, dude. I've never heard him before. I don't know him at all. I have no idea who he is, where he came from, whatever. But when I listened to him, I didn't agree with everything he said, but the spirit of what he said, that is the kind of Black man I can rock with. He was like, I don't have time for all this crybaby whining. Y'all talking about feminism, y'all whining about this. I'm a man, and I am the leader in my household. The women, my mom, my woman, my daughter, my friend, I am the leader. And none of that other stuff mattered. When I listened to him, I said, my God, why aren't more of them the ones talking? Why aren't more of them? Because that is the kind of manhood that I look to in a Black man. And I listened because I wanted to hear what he had to say. They kept cutting him off. They kept trying to make him out to be the crazy person because he was challenging their nonsense. And I just want to say this. I don't know who you are. I don't know where you came from. I don't know what you're about. But in that discussion, you held my attention because that is the type of manhood that I look for from a brother. He don't want to hear no excuses about, he don't want to hear you blaming the sister. He is a man no matter what. See, to me, that is a brother that I could work with.
Worthy of respect.
I can respect. And I'm not saying that I agree with everything he said, but it was the spirit of what he's saying. I am a man no matter what the bitch does, no matter what a woman does or doesn't do, no matter what with welfare came in and went, feminist, not feminist. I am the man, I am the leader, and it is my responsibility to lead. Whatever happens on my watch, I am ultimately responsible for it because I am the man and I am the leader. If I heard more Black men talking like that, I don't think that I would take as hardline positions as I take. But because there are so few and far between of brother, to me, that's a brother. When I hear, because I don't hear that so often, then I'm just like, dude, those guys don't really exist anymore. But see, that's the way my daddy was.
Yep. That's how my father was too.
So the dude that's in my inbox calling my son a retard and harassing me and trying to put fear in me for my physical safety because he can't get at me because he don't like what I say. I need you to understand this. I don't respond to that kind of stuff in men. I don't respond to that kind of whiny crime baby, whining threats. If the only way you can compel my respect is through threats of physical violence, then that is not true submission, baby boy.
Right.
It's the only way that if you can't compel my respect and my submission through your words, your actions, and your deeds, the only way that you can compel my respect, compel my submission to you is to make veiled threats of me in my own mouth.
Afraid.
Try to make me afraid of you. That's the only way you can shut me up and make me submit. Listen. Even if you were successful in getting me to shut up, I will never fully submit to you. And that's what y'all don't get. You cannot browbeat a woman's true submission to you. You can make her afraid enough that she'll back away or that she'll concede. But what y'all say y'all want is you say you want nation building. You say you want women who love you and submit out of devotion and trust in you. But I don't trust niggas who whine and complain all day about feminism and weave. And then are in my inbox making veiled threats against me and my kid. Like, that doesn't make me feel trustworthy of you. And so that I'll never submit to that. But a homeboy over in that video, where he was talking, I don't know who he was. Maybe he could say some shit tomorrow and I'd be like, oh, there you go. Well, there that. Yeah, that's the end of that. But in that video, he was the only man on that panel who was talking the kind of Black manhood that I respond to. I can't, all of this whining and intellectual masturbation and throwing around insults towards Black women about what we did to destroy the community. You will never get a woman who has some sense to yield to that. Because I can't, if I, all I have is excuses, when I ask you, all you have for me is excuses, then I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe around men who always have some reason why they can't.
Reason why you can't protect me. And so when you tell me that don't look to us for when the race war happens, or when the zombie apocalypse happens, or when Armageddon happens, or whatever, I've never been looking. I want to look to you anyway.
No, I'm running from you. If the zombie apocalypse happens, I told you before, if the lights go out in New York City, it's not the NYPD, the KKK, the Proud Boys, Trump, the alt-right, the Tea Party, the white nationalists. That's not who I'm worried about. Right. It's niggas. That's who I'm worried about if the lights go out in New York City.
What happened in Louisiana?
Right. What happened in Hurricane Katrina in the Superdome? What happened to the refugee camps in Haiti? What happens in third world nations where Black men are in charge and the women are children at the
right. That's all Black people there.
All Black people. They can't even
protection. What happened? Who weren't bed wenches? They weren't bed wenches. Those women had Black babies. Right. Men, where was your protection?
Right. So
what I saw was Black men pushing small children away so they could get on the rafts.
Right.
That's what I saw.
Right. So I don't understand why y'all saying we're just being willfully disrespectful and we willfully rebellious, but you got to give us something worthy to submit to. Listen, I don't know a bitch alive who would not submit to a man who's coming correct, who is providing for her, who's making her feel safe. Y'all don't make us feel safe. Y'all are our first threat. When I'm walking down the street in New York City, and it's a dark street, and I hear footsteps behind me, and I look over my shoulder, if I see a white man, I feel a completely different feeling than if I see a dark.
If a Black man is pimp walking, doing that little strut, walking real fast towards me, that's what I'm scared about.
He could be minding his business. He could be an everyday brother, ain't thinking about me. But I know that the greatest threat posed to me where I live is not the white man. So the very fact that I know that this is not no programming, this is not propaganda, this is not me watching too much Fox News. This is my everyday lived reality. You are never going to be able to compete with that reality with words that say, don't believe what you see, believe what I say. So if you want me to say something different, then show me something different. You bring in my inbox making veiled threats against me and my child. Do not make me want to come back to you. It doesn't make me want to submit to you. It doesn't make me want to say nice things about you or to you or about your mama or anybody else. If you are the type of man who would make threats on a Black woman and her child and don't think anything's wrong with it, then to me, the mother that birthed you is a bitch. What else could explain it? Because you're making threats against me and my child.
Right.
You're making threats to harm me physically because you don't like what I say. So I didn't inbox you making threats and calling your mama a bitch. You inboxed me for a year straight. I sent you emails several times telling you to cease and desist. I've let you know that we have a lawyer on lock who's ready to proceed the first time we tell him to proceed. We know things about you. We've told you many times, leave us alone. You refuse. And then when in anger one time when I respond and say that bitch of your mother, now you're going to walk around saying, see.
Right. To justify.
Try to justify, but what about the 50 emails threatening me and calling me a whore and a bitch and a nigga bedwench whore and my son a retard and a coon? What about that? So you don't think you didn't think that was hostile and aggressive and criminal? You didn't think that was mean and abusive? But you say
they don't see themselves.
They don't see yourself. And then if I tell Black women stay away from Black men because this.
I want to say this. One of your favorite new divestment divestment YouTubers used to be one of the biggest internet bullies that I had to face. Not only would she do videos about me, she would be in my comment section goading me to debate her. She was affiliated with a man called Tariq Nasheed, who coined the name bedwench. She called me that too. For a very long time, I didn't say anything. I tried to rise above. I didn't say anything. And one time she just got me on a bad day, and I decided to respond. I decided to respond after months. I wish I would have had the screenshots of all the time when she was in my comment section goading me to debate her, but I didn't. All the videos and everything. You key in Christian terrorism crying and this content creator that you guys all like now, you'll see. So when I said something, she said to me, "Don't come for me until I send for you." It's still on there. It's still on YouTube. Crystalline, don't come for me unless I send for you. This is after months of her in my comment section, goading me to debate her, insulting me in her videos, aligning with the so-called woke, hidden colors, pioneer, whatever, being on his tip, and directly trying to get my attention so that she can debate me. Just Google it. Crystalline, don't come for me unless I send for you. And you'll see. Wore my natural hair. She called it slave hair. And people just don't want to. What's interesting is that people did not want to hear when I said, this is the person that you love so much right now. This is what she did. And instead of believing me or listening to me, y'all turned on me by the thousands. Unsubscribed from me by the thousands. That's why I don't care about you guys anymore. I don't. Because you don't care. You don't care the way I care. So if you don't care the way I care, then I don't either. But yeah, the people who you follow right now used to be the biggest bullies on the block when it came to women. Think of Jessica X. That's what these women were. Think of how Jessica X behaves. That's what these women did to me and Kendall. And y'all are flocking to them. You have no loyalty. You don't care. You don't give a shit about us. And so now I don't give a shit about you.
Kind of stuff they do, then you say I'm a hater of Black men. But dude, you are, we'll call, because I know you listen or will listen. I don't hate Black men, but if I ever was going to, you would encourage that in me.
Yeah.
Because I don't have white men in my inbox threatening me and my child. I don't have Trump supporters and KKK dudes in my inbox threatening me and my child. It is Black men who do that.
I have never, ever gotten a threat, women like you need to die. Never. I have never had a white man or a white woman inbox me with threats or attempts of harm on me, ever. It has been nothing but Black men and Black women. So when you inbox me and make those disgusting, send those disgusting messages to me, what do you think is the natural human response to that? You think I'm supposed to invite you out to tea? What did you think I was going to do? What you were trying to do was capitalize. Man.
Yeah, because what you think is that because I'm a single woman, or so you think, that I'm vulnerable. Y'all want to capitalize and you want to exploit the vulnerabilities of Black women. So you know that you think you know that I'm a single woman. I probably live by myself. And so when you make threats against me, that you want to instill fear in me. But then you turn around and say, but the white man is the one who really wants to hurt you, sister. Don't put him forward. But you are the one who's capitalizing and trying to exploit off of my vulnerability as a Black woman. So why would I believe what you say and not what I see? It's not white men in my inbox.
Because here's what I'm saying. Like, we have had many Armageddons, and what's this? And I do have to go up this. We have had many Armageddons where Black people have been in the center of tragedy. What happened with Katrina? What happened in Haiti? The AIDS epidemic in Africa. We have seen what your protection looks like. Right now in the Sudan, there is genocide that is happening right now. We see what your protection looks like. Like, so for you to say to us, when a race war comes out, don't look to us for protection. Good, okay. You're like,
let me tell you something. When the race war pop out, I'm trying to get as far away from you Negroes as possible. If the race war pops up, if any kind of war, if the zombie comes, if anybody comes, the first person I'm getting away from is not the zombie.
Floods, earthquakes, everything.
Because I know that in situations where there is instability, where there is chaos, you see me as a mark and a victim.
Yeah, you see me as a victim, not somebody worthy of protecting.
And you want me to lie to myself about that when I can look at the stats right now? There ain't no zombies right now, but you're still killing us 5 times the rate of white women.
Right.
There ain't no alien.
Raping 2-year-old babies.
Right. There's not an alien landing right now, yet we still experience domestic violence at 35% higher rates. So if this is what you're doing to us when things are pretty good, I can only imagine what's going to go down when the water is cut off and the electricity is cut off and the National Guard is gone and the police force is shut down. So I don't understand. You're in my inbox making threats against me and my bloodline, but you still expect me to respect you and respect your mama and respect everybody else. So am I subhuman or am I superhuman, mister? Right. I'm a bed wench nigga whore, so clearly I'm subhuman. But I'm supposed to be superhuman in that when you make threats on me, I'm not supposed to have a typical human response.
I'm supposed to have feelings.
I'm not supposed to have feelings. I'm not supposed to be hurt. I'm not supposed to be concerned about the welfare of myself and my family and my loved ones. So if I say an insult to you, that justifies more abuse from you. But you drew first blood. I didn't inbox you. You inboxed me.
But isn't that typical? I mean, how many times, Kendall, have even Black women come for me saying horrible things, and then when I open just a peep to defend myself, then it's World War III.
Yes, because I told you, Black people.
It's like,
and that's what happened. That's what happened. You guys think I'm crazy, right? Why did she go off? Why didn't she just rise above all of it? Why did she just ignore them? And you expect me to ignore the relentless harassment? This woman commented under my videos constantly, did videos about me that she's hidden, but other people have it. Just put in the search, Crystalline, don't come for me unless I send for you. Do that. But y'all didn't want to hear that. 2,000 of you abandoned your subscribership to me because of that, because you wanted her. You did not care what she did before. If you think this is me being mad at you, I'm not. I'm glad. I'm glad to be rid of you. You flaky, disloyal women. Just Google Crystalline. Don't come for me until I send for you. And you will see that every word I say is the truth. The person you follow right now was the biggest female internet bully I was experiencing at the time. But y'all love her. You love her. What does that say about you?
there's this idea that I can do whatever I want to you.
Yes.
So you better not do anything.
Anything back. You better
fight. That's worth the fight.
Right. Now those are fighting words. Call my mother a bitch. But you call my son a retard and all kinds of other things. You make threats to come find me. You calling me a nigga, die, nigga, bed went, whore, nigga, whore, die 50 times a month. So what was that? A love letter? What was that? On it? Dedication to Black love?
But see, that's love. But see, that's the twisted. Oh, we do this out of love.
Your left acrylic pinky nails, we never made up. Here's my mistakes. I think it's important to voice where you went wrong. I tried to do the kumbaya thing. I really did. Because I felt like as pink pill, that's what I'm supposed to do. But I didn't really feel it. And then, you know, this person still kept taking shots at me subliminally. And I was like, you know what? Why am I being the nice girl? Why? When she's still who she is. She hasn't changed. Not once did she say to me, I'm sorry for what I did. I was wrong. Not one time. And I felt like a fucking fool. Why am I simping to this woman who never even acknowledged how she piled on with other Black men to make my life a misery? And so my mistake was trying to forgive and be like Jesus, Mother Teresa, and Gandhi, when I should have just said, fuck you. But now I'm saying, fuck you.
Like, you can keep that love. I don't want it. That kind of love, I would rather have a hate. Give me hate if that is love, because I don't want to have any part of it. You guys need to understand that this is a very twisted, we are in a very twisted community. Well, there is a lot of dysfunction, and the people who are functional aren't willing to call to the carpet the people who are dysfunctional, and thereby makes them dysfunctional too. So y'all all effed up, because if you won't call to the carpet the people who are dysfunctional, then you're dysfunctional too. So I'm gonna just stay away from all of y'all, okay? Right. And then I'll just end it, okay? Right.
Miss Seeley's Blues. I wish I could highlight your comment. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. And all of y'all you want what you want. You want what you want. 12 years of fighting, and it was like this bully, this mean ass bully comes along and says the things you want to hear, and you don't want to know what happened before. But Miss Silly's Blues, that's exactly what happened.
Go.
Right, me too.
Wow, this has been a Sunday sermon for real.
I know, I wasn't expecting it to be this long, and the conversation really unfolded and evolved. But once I started seeing these women talk about all of this musical experience, it took on a life of its own. And I just want to, second what Chris said. Those of you who have experienced these kinds of horrible experiences, particularly as young girls, as children, as babies, as young women, this community will work hard to convince you that you deserve the mistreatment, and that if any dysfunction that came up in you that was the result of these actions of rape and molestation, abuse, of humiliation, and hits to your pride, your dignity, boundary crossing, violation, that if you responded to that with dysfunction, depression, mental illness, with emotional dysregulation, with self-harm, with obesity, with out of wedlock baby making and poor parenting, they will tell you that that you're just a bad person, and that those things didn't matter, they shouldn't have affected you that way, or that they didn't even happen at all, that there is no oppression of you in this community, and that you're just in league with white men. I'm here to tell you that I know that is not true. And while I'm hard on the sisters too, which is so interesting because I'm really hard on the sisters. They hate me. So I don't know why all of y'all think that all I do is take up for the dudes, because sisters hate me. I mean, y'all swear that I want y'all to all to abort all of your wombs. So clearly they ain't loving me. But y'all don't seem to hear when I am challenging and checking Black women's nonsense. But I will say this, I'm hard on you too, but be clear. You don't deserve abuse. You don't deserve, you don't deserve sexual abuse, rape, harassment, to be made to feel unsafe, not only in your community, but in your streets, in your own homes. But more, and even more so than that, you don't deserve to be made to feel unsafe and unloved and culturally, that your hair and your skin makes you a blackie, a darkie, and something that's to be spat on and shat on, to become dumped and then moved on from, to be pumped up with babies, but never to be.
You guys don't refrain from putting people in the chat. I don't have anything against MP. I think she's great. I love her videos. They're awesome. Don't start no shit. I'm not interested. I don't think you guys understand. I am so detached. I am now divested from you. The attachment that I had, the desire that I had has been killed and it's dead. It's dead. I don't have anything against MP. I think she's doing a great job. She's a student of KsC. That is evident. She gives homage to her predecessors. I don't have any problem with that. I don't think anybody has a problem with somebody who takes the information that they learned and synthesizes it in a way that is different and unique. That's how all ideas are propagated and made better and go wider. She's brilliant to me. I don't have anything against her. So I really would like for you guys to stop, because I feel like even in this chat, there's this rumblings or gathering of trying to cause conflict. And I really would wish you guys would look to yourselves about your desire to want to keep all this stuff going. You need to look to yourself. If I got a problem with somebody, I will tell you who I have a problem with. Have I not? I'll tell you. I don't have a problem with her, so stop. Leave her alone. Leave me alone in relation to her. Leave us alone. Let the girl go in peace. She's doing a great job. Stop. Because what you're doing is something that is so natural to you, but is also very destructive. You don't even know that's what you're doing, but that's what you're doing. You're hampering the progress of Black women because you can't stand peace.
Or built for or provided for. You don't deserve to hear, turn on the radio and hear, bet that bitch look better red. Or to be told that because you are lighter skinned, that you are better than your darker skinned sister. You don't deserve to be divided because of color and hair texture and eye color and features. You don't deserve to be forced to compete with each other and to turn on each other just to capture the gaze of your men. You don't deserve to be left with children in unsafe communities and told that this is all you deserve because you should have chose better. Like, you don't inherently deserve anything less than any other race of women. And for those of you who have experienced these atrocities in your life, that is your own personal Holocaust, and you have the right to save yourself. And if that means you got to leave the rest of this community behind, then you do just that. Don't let anybody tell you that you got to stick around for more out of loyalty to the race because, white supremacy. Right. Because white supremacy didn't have nothing to do with
the white man worse.
Right. The white supremacy did not make that man rape you, that Black man rape you, or make that Black woman rape you or allow you to be raped. That ain't got nothing to do with white supremacy. That's pure Black people dysfunction, and it was going on long before white people ever showed up on the shores of Africa or indigenous America. That's why clitorises are being cut out as we speak. That's why they were selling your asses into slavery to the Arab long before the European. So none of this has anything to do with white supremacy. Yes, poverty and stuff creates dysfunction, but it's not, it doesn't explain everything. Some of it is just personal choices that people are making to violate and to abuse the power that they wield over less powerful peoples and less powerful citizens in the community. So if this is what happened to you, you do not owe this community a second chance. And if you don't have to keep exclusively date and make babies with and seek love and romantic partnership with Black men, you don't owe them nothing. But today they're telling you they don't owe you anything. You don't have to hate them. You don't have to call them names. I see y'all get so angry. You're calling them apes and dignogs and demons. And, that's a part of it, but if you're still doing that 5 years from now, then I think you need therapy. You blow up the steam, but then you move on. You don't have to keep staying in this energy of hatred towards, just move the fuck on. But I want you to understand that if nobody else sees you, we see you. That's why we do this work. And we get on y'all about y'all trifling shit too, because y'all do some trifling shit. But we also do know that there are variables at play here that you didn't ask for. And if the rest of this community refuses to acknowledge it and ignores your reality and your unique experiences as women and girls, we will not. That's why we keep coming back more and more. Every time we say we're going to go away, we come back because you know what's going on. And for those of you who swear that the work that Crystal and I do are just based out of some hatred for Black people, well, guess what? Black women and Black girls are Black people too. Right. And so y'all don't care to protect them. You don't speak up for them. You don't find anything about them worth saving or protecting. You don't want to see them vindicated. You don't help them receive any justice, and you don't do anything to stop the next generation of them from experiencing what the last generation endured. Then don't tell me about how much you love Black people and Black love, but we don't, because we're here speaking for them and y'all won't. Right. I don't speak for Black women and Black girls in the community. You tell them that it's their fault that everything is a mess. So then we say, you know what, they're right. So then stop making the mess and choose better. Stop telling everybody that we hate the race and we hate the community. No, we actually care about a part of the community that no one else seems to even really acknowledge. Right. So if you don't want us to think these horrible things about you, then stop acting in horrible ways towards us.
Be better.
Be better. Because let me tell you something. I have a Black male child. And I want him to be a part of a demographic of men who are strong and proud and are builders and are protectors, providers, producers, and problem solvers. I'm not big on patriarchy, but hey, since y'all like it, I love it. A benevolent patriarchy. Build a benevolent patriarchy for your women and your children. Your women will not abandon you if you do that for them, but stop making excuses. Stop talking about weave and other stupid stuff and be men. And stop inboxing us with nonsense and threats. Be men.
Harassing, bullying, degrading, debasing, and then want
us to respect you and to submit. I'm never going to submit to you when you're doing that.
Never.
Ever.
Never. And anybody who has any sort of self-love won't either.
And be clear, silence and submission are not the same damn thing. Now, y'all may have run me off of YouTube. You did. You may have run me off of Facebook. I'm leaving. But my silence and submission are not the same thing. So just because you don't hear me saying it doesn't mean that I am submitting to you. Be clear. You're never going to make me fear. You're not going to use fear to make me submit to you. You're never going to use fear to make me willingly submit to you, offer my loyalty and fealty to you. You will never do. I don't care how many bedwench whore queens you call me. I don't care how many threats you make against me or my son or my family. I don't care how many times you try to dox me or whatever it is that you're going to do next. That will not make me submit to you. If I go silent, that does not make me submitting. And I thought the goal is that you want your women to come back and see you as men, not to be afraid of you. So we just go hide in the corner. Y'all had that for a couple of generations. How's that worked out for you? Right. If you want your women to come back and see you as men and defer to your leadership, then give them something to defer to. All of this nonsense, what you're doing on social media, only gives them more justification to leave you behind. So if you're so angry about bed wenchery or whatever, then give them something else to choose. But what you're doing right now ain't working. It's getting worse. More and more Black women are jumping ship.
Yeah.
So that's what I want to say to you, that you will never compel a woman like me or Crystalline or any of the women that follow us to love you, to respect you, to be in awe of you, to worship you, to defer to you, and to allow you to lead us happily, willingly with what you're doing. That's never going to happen. And you threatening us and threatening to harm us, and that's not going to make it, that's not going to do it either. So if all you can do, the only way you can get us to submit to you is to compel us to do so with fear of bodily harm and threat to our children, then I need you to really look at your form of manhood.
Right.
Because if that's the only way you can get your women to willingly be loyal to you and to be exclusive to you, then maybe that says something about you. Listen, I didn't get to be this way because I just woke up one day. I got to be this way after years of seeing you fail and disappoint me, not me personally in my life because I should have chose better, disappoint me as a collective. That I have lived in neighborhoods that were food deserts, that I couldn't depend on you. That I can't, there's no protection for me in the community. That is what brought me to this position. If you want me to change my mind, then get in the business of changing it. Push away from the keyboard and pick up a goddamn hammer and build me something.
Right.
And I can guarantee you, if you build your women and your children something, they will come.
Right.
But y'all, we're whining, complaining about feminism, welfare, and weave is never going to get your women to come back to you, lovingly submitting to you as women who want you as leaders in their lives and in their homes and their communities.
Right.
You're never going to get that with what you're doing now. So either make some different choices or continue what you're doing and keep driving your women away, because you're not the only ones with passports, and you're not the only one who can build walls.
Mm-hmm.
You're not the only ones who have options, as your women are showing you more and more every day. You don't want that white man to pluck the best and the brightest of your women out from underneath you, then give her some real reason to stay loyal to
not
you.
Guilt or
guilt or shame or abuse or threats of physical violence. That's all you got to make
right,
me.
Yeah. So you don't just like that article where the guy, basically killed the Black girl because she once had a Black boyfriend who she had since broken up with and had a date with a Black man, but death to all bed wenches, and so she deserves to die. So this is how you want to control your women. This is how this is what makes you feel manly.
Because you can't compel my submission willingly because you offer me something aside from dick and problems. So rather than try to offer me something that would make me willingly acquiesce to you. Listen, don't no bitch want to have to bear the burden all the time. Even me. You think I don't want a group of men in my life who can take some of the load? You think it's been fun living in New York City, having to hustle and make shit happen for me and my son in my household by myself? You think that shit was fun? No. You think we would not be happy to have some help, to someone to lighten the load? If you did what you were supposed to do, Black women would be at your feet with a quickness.
Right.
I'm telling you, we deal with them every day. They want you.
They do.
You're not coaxing them back with what you're doing. And you sure as hell not coaxing me back with threats to me and my child's safety in my inbox. You will never, beloved, get me to submit to you doing what you're doing. You will never get me to respect you. You will never get me to love you, because ultimately, as much as y'all pretend like you don't, that's what you want. You want us to love you and you want us to respect you, but you're not going to get that with fear. And you're not going to get that by disappointing us at every turn and blaming us at every turn. Like, yes, we got some shit. And making us feel like shit and telling us that every other woman on this planet is better than us. How do you think that helps the situation? So if you got grievances with us, you can express your grievances. But what you have been doing, if you ain't figured out after 10 years on YouTube that this shit was not going to end how y'all thought, I don't know what y'all thought was going to happen, but it did not go the way y'all thought.
It did not go the way you wanted it.
And now you got more and more Black women on the arms of white men. Y'all are in your feelings, calling every Black woman a bed wench now because your plan didn't work. So y'all need
everybody's a bed wench.
Everybody's a bed wench. And y'all seeing women that you thought was going to be loyal forever jump ship. You caused that because you came to the public square and said you didn't need us, and that y'all was shutting down negotiations, and you was throwing up the wall, and that white women were winning. You did that. So now your women feel like they don't have no other options but to look somewhere else. That's our fault. If you want us to come back to you and to feel the things that you want, not just stay around and make babies with you. We've been doing that for generations. But you want us to submit. You want us to feel the trusting of your leadership and allow you to make the final decisions in the community. Then you have to become better. Man, stop telling us to choose better and you become better.
Right. Yeah, be better.
Be better. Be better. They will choose you each and every time. They're choosing you when you ain't better.
They choose you when you're wretched and disgusting and abusive. They're choosing you. So if you're better,
Do you
put us
know
both out of work. Like, do you understand that? Like, we would cease to exist tomorrow if y'all would just be better.
If you would be better. And that means that you're going to have to step in as men and deal with some of these rogue elements of men in your community. But y'all are afraid of them thugs. You want to sit and talk shit online all day.
But how wussified is it to say, I'm not going to deal with, y'all created them, so I'm not going to deal with it. How convenient that you won't deal with grown, violent men who can literally kill women with their bare hands, but leave the women to deal with them because it's their fault that they birthed them.
Right.
And you even get, do y'all even, like, some of you women who just are so like pro-Black love, like, I don't understand how you can wrap your mind around believing that it is, the Black man has no responsibility for anything, and that y'all are sitting up here clapping, and Yvette Carnell is getting all kinds of donations, lives in her mother's basement, is a lesbian who's got a white girlfriend, I hear, like, but she got all, like, y'all will just listen to anybody.
And I don't understand because, okay, so the educated lame who's not going to build a community for us unworthy baby mamas and thug lovers. Okay, I got that. Where's the community that you built for the good Black women?
Right.
Where's the community?
Yeah, what happened? Right. What happened in Katrina? What happened there?
Right. Wait. Forget the Black woman. Where's the
African countries? What happened there?
Where are the communities that you built for the worthy non-Black women that are winning? Where are your communities where are the roads and the schools and the banks and the hospitals? Where are the things you built for them? Because we're unworthy, so I get that.
Right. So we just showed you, the screen share, right? I screen shared you rows and rows and rows of photos of Black men who were with non-Black women. Where are their kingdoms?
Right. No, one by one, every year they go through a divorce. Who is it now? Randy Jackson is about to have to come up off of a whole bunch of money. What, 50 million they're saying? Randy Jackson, his non-Black wife is getting...
An update, Dr. Dre got to pay, what, 200 million for his white woman?
Him to the cleaners. Somebody else I just saw recently, yesterday, is getting...
Somebody.
Scottie Pippen's wife is about to take him to the cleaners. So y'all don't mind all of these non-Black women getting all y'all money, but y'all tell us you wasn't on the court with me. What makes you think you're entitled? Y'all was so salty when Michael Jordan's wife got 100 mil, but all of these other non-Black women who've been taking you to the cleaners for decades, y'all, that don't stop y'all from marrying them and choosing them. So
risking life and limb. Literally, Black men will risk life and limb to be with white women. They will risk being lynched. They will risk being dragged, drawn, and quartered. Nothing scares them. Absolutely nothing.
But a Black woman, we will.
All of these videos from women who are trying to beg Black men to come home, because that's what you're doing. When you're highlighting swirl gone wrong with Black men, what you're really doing is begging. That's a form of begging. See, this is what happens when you mess with white women. If you would just stay right here, we would treat you better. No, honey, any woman with sense is going to take a man who does her wrong. If she has given him 20 years, if he's got some money, she's gonna take him to the cleaners too. So just because a man gets with a white woman and all of that money goes to her in a divorce, don't think that, don't try to make it seem like Black women that we will accept less because it's Black love. No. That's not what's happening here, but that's beside the point. The point that I'm trying to make is all of these squirrel gone wrong videos, ladies, that you're doing, and I know you're listening, it is a form of begging. And begging makes you pathetic.
Wretched.
Understand that.
And no man wants a wretched thing.
Bad men who say that we're the most horrible, disgusting things, but you need to stay over here and keep dating us. Like, it is a form of begging. It's a form of trying to manipulate somebody into staying, and it just doesn't work. Black men especially, they will literally risk their lives.
And I need
literally.
And let me reverse what I said. I said it before. For the women. Let me say it for the men. Black women. He risks what, bringing down the arm of the white man. He risks lynching. He risks being attacked by cops. He risks all kinds of things to be with that white woman. He risks losing his money. He risks losing his children. He risks being ostracized by his community. And he's still willing to do that. So I need you to understand, so whatever you're doing must not be good enough, because he's willing to risk it all to get away from your ass. And knowing that there's a good chance that white woman's going to take him for everything he got, that his children are going to grow up confused and hate him, that white supremacist system is going to come down on him, that some crazy white boy one day might shoot him because she's walking with a white woman. He's willing to risk death. He's willing to risk financial destitution. He's willing to risk familial alienation. He's willing to risk paternal abandonment, where his children don't want nothing to do with him and don't even want to claim Blackness. He's willing to risk all of that just to get away from your black ass. So clearly, whatever it is that you think you're offering him ain't enough to keep his ass loyal to you. So maybe you need to reevaluate what you're offering. Maybe you need to realize that what you're offering is not enough to keep him interested, to keep him loyal, to keep him coming back to you. Yeah, he'll make some babies with you and fuck you, but he marries that bitch and gives her the keys of the kingdom, knowing that there's a good chance that she's going to take him for everything when she's done with his ass. And he still would prefer her over you.
Right.
So you got some work to do on yourself too. And clearly you giving him everything and expecting nothing in return isn't working. Because he'll go to that white woman knowing that he's going to end up broke. He's going to end up with kids who hate him. He's going to end up fucked. But he would rather risk it all for that white woman than your supposed loyal, race first, black love, melanin popping for the culture ass.
Yeah.
And that's the truth. So that's what I have to say about this. I'm sorry about what happened to that little baby. She didn't deserve that. Black women, y'all stop having these damn throwaway babies. I tell y'all to stop having these children. Y'all arguing with me. So then keep having these babies to throw away, to be abused, and end up in the bottom of a lake somewhere. I don't know what else to tell you. You say it's genocide when I say, use birth control. You say it's so that I don't know what to tell you then. And unfortunately, that means more and more of your, and if you think it's bad now, wait till this Hunger Games really starts to kick in and social safety nets are really rescinded and all of that. Y'all are going to become more and more desperate. And it's not going to be, the system will not be there to catch you. And I don't know what's going to happen.
That you hate so.
So that is the origin of stop birthing children argument. There's more to it. I don't know if it's in this video because I didn't listen to all of it. But yeah, that was the origin of it. And it was hijacked by somebody who did not understand the contextualization of it and why we said the things that we said. And just so you know, because people were trying to say that I was also a genocidist as well. I want to show you guys something from the blog. This is a blog I created in 2010 called beyondblackwhite.com. This is kind of a time capsule of, all of the things that,
we've been talking about. If you go to beyondblackwhite.com, that's been around since 2010, you're going to see a lot of the message points that you're hearing now. But you're going to hear it from the people who actually said it and got punished for saying it. Let me share my screen. This is from my blog. Sisters, it's time to stop giving birth to men who hate you. Oh, come on. It's taking a long time. Y'all are listening to people who hijack other people's information and took credit for it so they could get clout, clicks, and views. But here it is, November 14th, 2013. And this is what I wrote on my blog on November 14th, 2014. Thank you, Divine Princess, for your super chat. This letter, sister, is from someone who is sitting not so quietly, observing and taking notes as you look upon angry Black men all over the internet, making videos and blog posts about how ugly you are, how unworthy you are of love, how disgusting you look in your hairstyles and clothes, how no man in his right mind could stand to tolerate you more than one night, and it better be in the dark with a bag over your head. These men are the babies you birthed, the boys you loved and spoiled, the young men you wrangled with, who grew up with you at the helm of the household, mostly without their fathers, and they hate you for it. The chickens have come home to roost as the wave of I can be both mother and father to my son has reached its peak. It's the results we'll continue to see as 80% of Black women of all social and economic strata are having their first children unmarried and unprotected. They hate you because you are there. They hate you because you're the one who stayed and struggled, no doubt made some mistakes, hey, we all do, and found yourselves impotent and incompetent in all things man-related. An essential and necessary factor for boys to grow into men. The husband you married when you were, the husband you married when he was 15 was probably too late to truly make a difference. And even if he did, your son will always have that hole in his heart for the father who never was. But because you were there and shielded him from death and starvation, gave him comfort and kisses, he can't show his anger towards you. You will always be highly esteemed. He'll praise and sing odes of mama and beat anyone to a pulp if they say anything against you. So what does your son do with all that anger? He takes that out on every single woman that looks like you. He wants to call you fat and ugly and unwanted. He wants to say that you're too Black and nappy-headed to be beautiful. You must all be those things, because if you weren't, maybe his father would have thought you were worth sticking around for. He wants to say you ain't worth shit, but he can't. So he says it to us. Now that the man boy that you raised has the body of an adult, he has no idea what he wants. He wants to be the man he never saw growing up, and he might as well be 8 years old trying on his grandfather's old suit. He is not equipped. He expresses his manhood in the basest and most primal way, out of instinct and desire for dominance. He will have Herculean expectations of you as a partner. You must work full time, come home and clean, cook, fuck him like a porn star, and at 3 a.m,
Support him in every decision you make, no matter how idiotic. Tolerate gross disrespect. To be a man is to pump and dump the worthless, unlovable, and ugly Black woman he despises. And if he leaves a few babies in their wake, so what? He'll make claims that he'll be around for the child, but that bitch ain't getting his money. He'll be there for the birth and bring you, the grandmother, along to fawn. And within 5 years, he'll be gone and maybe show up for sporadic weekends and day trips at Disneyland. But he'll leave you to do all the heavy lifting. And that son you raise will grow up to hate you too and hate us too. You birth him, but he hates you because it's just easier. These men who hate you, and all of us, will disguise their venom about how our attitudes and hair hats and obesity make us undesirable to all races. So don't even bother going on pages like Beyond Black and White, because you're just a thirsty Black bitch and don't nobody want you. He'll tell you that his verbal barbs are done out of love because he wants you to do better. He'll even say that while he spits on you, he really only dates and mates with Black women. So that's proof that he does, right? Pleasing him will always be a moving target because you are not meant to win. Only run on that hamster wheel frenetically and breathlessly, only to go nowhere. And when the relationship fails, the men who dog you tell you that you needed to choose better while having no desire themselves to be better. They want us to make them better, all the while knowing that we cannot rebirth what has already been birthed. We cannot recreate what has already been created. And so many of us want so much to please him because after all, he is our son, the baby we birthed, the boy we comforted and kissed, the young man we wrangled with. We don't want to believe that we raised a monster, but we did. Clearly the damage is done, but what can we do? We can't undo several generations of Black men who despise us, but we can guard our wounds against another legion of Black women hating monsters. And yes, we do have the power, sisters. Stop birthing these haters of Black women, these fire-breathing soul killers. Demand more, and yes, choose better, but don't choose from the less rotten of a bushel full of rotten apples and hope it won't make you sick. Demand to see all the fruit, the apples, the oranges, the plums, the strawberries, and amongst them, pick the ripest and the freshest and the sweetest. And haters, are you mad? Guess how many shits I give. So this is where this argument came from. This is what me and KsC were trying to convey. And the message has gotten so muddled because the people who are communicating it now were too busy fighting us and mocking us and bullying us to understand the context of it. So now you know where it came from. And that was from what did I say? It was November 14th, or maybe it was September 4th. I don't know how the date goes. It could be, it was either November 13th or November 13th, 2013, or November 14th, 2013. Whatever it was a long time ago. A long time ago. But y'all think it's new because somebody you like told you that it was. Somebody told you that it was. And you believed it. You believed it. Yep, it was November 13th, 2014. November 13th, 2014. And y'all left me for the thousands for her. Called me every name in the book. Said, I just don't want anybody to be in my place. And I just want to sabotage all the new people because I'm jealous. And I had to sit back and watch, have a complete nervous breakdown, be put on medication. While many of you laughed and said that's what I deserved. That's what y'all did. That's what you did. And that's why I don't care anymore about connecting. I don't care. I am so detached from it because I have to be detached from a group of people who made me want to kill myself while I was trying to save their lives. I want to end my life because I wanted to save yours. And so now I'm done.
That you survived on.
Right. And so y'all going to be killing your children even more now. You're going to be allowing these predators and pedophiles to devour your children even more. You're going to start selling your children in sexual slavery just to pay the bill. It's going to get ugly out.
Because here's the thing. Did you hear when the glee, when you talked about this, Kendall, the glee when Trump was in office, oh, these Black women now, they're going to be giving out $5 blowjobs.
Oh, yeah.
The very men who are supposed to be your line of defense, who's supposed to protect you, is gleeful that the system that he lives in is cutting off resources to the women that he's supposed to protect. They're actually gleeful and looking to exploit you. These are your own men. These are your own men who look like you, who were gleeful that Trump got in office. Y'all can see all of the comments of all the, well, they about to give $5 board. Y'all better get ready because these hoes about to get some work. They were ready. They were the people who were lining up to exploit you were the men who looked like you.
Somebody said in the
that
abortion is murder. So is the 35 people that are shot every weekend in Chicago, boo-boo.
Right.
Black women are killed 5 times the rate of white women. So I don't know, y'all worrying about the babies, the unborn babies, but I see Black women dying every day. Living and breathing Black women and children are dying every day at the hands of this community. So I don't know. I guess a matter of picking your poison. I guess the unborn Black person's life has value, but the walking, living, breathing Black woman and child does not. I guess that's how that works. Right. Y'all sound a lot more like those crazy alt-right Christian conservatives than y'all want to believe. Y'all sound like them. You care about the fetus, but you hate the child. So I don't know what y'all are thinking. But anyway, I gotta go too. Thank you so much for letting me join in and kind of take, Bogart in this conversation. But it was pissing me off when I was listening to you talk about what they did to that baby girl. You sent me the article and I had read through it, but when I heard you, reading it, it just made me so angry that we are birthing babies to be cannibalized from within the community. And it's just disgusting. But I don't know what else to say. I've done my part. So it's to make
seriously. Yeah, hopefully there's a Black woman Hall of Fame sometime in the next 20 years. Maybe when we old and gray, people look back and say, Crystalline and Kendall, they was about that life. So we didn't appreciate them, but
and to uppity, that's right. They made fun of me. Some of your favorite content creators mocked me at my lowest point. My lowest point. They mocked me. They made fun of me. They made jokes. That's what they did. That's what they did. And many of you who are listening right now, the 456 of you who are listening right now, you laughed too. You laughed too.
So now the only way that you will be able to gain access to me is to be on my email list. So I don't have a YouTube channel anymore. I used to. I had 250 videos on that YouTube channel. Those I have deactivated that channel, and I'm not reactivated, and I'm done. My public Facebook pages where I used to do live Facebook video presentations, just like the one we did here, where I would share my screen and show stuff and talk, and my essays and stuff. I don't do that anymore, and I won't be doing that on those social media platforms ever again. I have built my own platform, and it's private, and it'll be for those women who are highly vetted, who are willing to invest, and and who are like-minded, who want to come behind closed doors and level up. Right. and move forward. So if you want access.
Sorry, I'm gonna let this go in a minute, but I want to say this. I don't hold people who were children responsible for what happened in 2010, 2011, 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16. I don't hold that against you. The reason why I'm releasing these things that were in the vault is because of you. Is because you need to hear it from the source. You need to hear it from people who actually did the work and not just out there trying to get your attention for clicks and views because that's what's hot right now. I'm doing it for you. I don't hold anything against innocent people who were in grade school and middle school when all this stuff went down. And I don't blame you for not knowing who's who and what's what. I really, really don't. And that's the only reason that I created another playlist on my channel so that you would get some kind of guidance. Some kind of guidance. Because you got the blind leading the blind out here. Gemini Queen was 16. Gemini Queen, I don't hold anything against you for not knowing what's going on. That's why I'm doing this. Because listen, I'm not here to try to win an argument. I'm not here to say nana nana boo boo. I'm not here to say I told you so. I don't care. I want to make that very, very clear. I don't, because I don't want to have anything to do with any content creators, even the ones I like. I may go on and say hi to like Themis or something like that, or Ion. But as far as the female content creators, I have no desire at all to connect. I'm not doing this to get clout from you. I'm not doing this. I'm doing this for people who have just come to this space and they don't know who's who and what's what. So I'm not holding you responsible for the stuff that was going on when you were too young to know better. And this is why I'm doing this right now. So at least there will be some place where you can go to get some kind of historical perspective of what is going on and really see what you're seeing. Because a lot of people right now, back in 2013, who you guys are now lauding as the Harriet Tubmans of divestment, were the very people who made me and Kendall's life a complete misery. They were there following us around, discrediting us whenever they could, picking fights, causing discord. And now they have changed their tune, but you don't know that. You weren't here. So I don't blame you for that. But some of y'all were here. Some of you were here. And some of you saw all of it. And you went over there and cheerleaded this person or these people who did these things and said these things because that's what you wanted to hear. And when I said, listen, this is what this person did to me, Y'all got mad at me. You got mad at me. You unsubscribed. 3,000 of you unsubscribed to me to choose that other person who was one of the biggest internet bullies me and Kendall had encountered. And for that, I'm never going to forgive for that. Never. I'm never going to forgive for that.
To that and want to know what's going on with my platform, you have to be on my email list. So you can get on my email list by emailing me and saying, I want to be on your email list. And then what I'll do is I'll send you a link and you click on the link, the pop-up opens up, you put in the information, your name, your email address, or whatever, and you hit submit, and then you get on my email list. And then the next time I send an email out, you'll get the email blast. So this email list is only for Black women. And it's only really for Black women of a certain mindset. If you just kind of want to see what I'm about and you just, I wouldn't suggest that you get on my email list. It's for Black women who are really ready, because moving forward, I'm like on a different level now of thinking, and I'm not stopping to explain the basics to anyone.
Right.
I've done that for years. So, you're going to have to be able to catch up and hit the ground running with me, or you're just going to get left behind. That's just where I'm at. So my email address is KsC Blue Pill, BLEUPILL @outlook.com. So that's KsC, Kendall St. Charles, KsC Blue Pill, BLEUPILL @outlook.com. And you shoot me a quick note, say, hey, I want to be on your email list, and I will send you the link. It's only for Black women. It's only for Black women who are really ready for my kind of message. If you think I'm too harsh, if you think I hate Black people, if you think I want all Black babies aborted, then don't get on my email list. Spare us both the frustration. And here is the deal. You don't have to support us. You don't have to listen to our videos. You don't have to read us. You don't have to participate. Why do y'all hover? I don't know, but y'all hover, but you don't have to.
And shame on you also for thinking that I would go into another content creator's space and threaten to reveal personal information about her. Shame on y'all for believing, and shame on her actually for believing it as well. And even when I showed y'all the evidence, you didn't believe it. I can't even tell you the biggest betrayal that I have had in my life have been from Black women like you guys. I've been around here since 2010. And yes, I am emotional. Yes, I fly off the handle. Yeah, I do that, but I have never done what I was being accused of. But many of you believed it. Many of you believed it. I spent $14,000 because I wanted to prove to you, you guys are not worthy for my $14,000 to do that. You're not worthy, but you did. I really honestly feel like you guys did it because you wanted to have a reason to not like me. For those of you who have known me for any amount of years, have you ever known me to do any sick shit like that? Ever? Have you ever known me to do that? I would never do that. But y'all believed it. You guys brought me to the brink. You really did. You brought me to the brink. I was so upset because I was like, all of the years that I've worked, all the years that I've put in, and then to have these people who I thought were on my side turn on me over something that wasn't true. And the more I tried to defend myself, the more I repelled you. That's what happened. I am not capable of the things that I was being accused of. I was not. But that is not how I work. That's not my MO. I'm not here to try to convince you that I didn't do it, because I don't care. You know, it's going to cost me another $5,000 to find out who the troll actually was. And I've been holding off because I'm like, do I really want to spend another $5,000 of my money that I could spend on my kids' college education so I can prove to a bunch of traitorous, disloyal women who won't even believe me anyway? I'm still mulling it over.
That if you don't like what I say, if you think I'm a hater, a killer, if you think I'm a demon worshiper, or whatever it is you think, just stay away from me and I'll stay away from you.
Yeah, you don't even have to, exactly. So you're actually being blessed by her going away. Like, why are you still seeking out somebody you can't stand? And just because of the nature of this video, this is not going to be available. I'll keep this up on our private channels, Patreon, in the Pink Pill private group. But this has just been too real, and there's too many people who will use this to further cause pain to Black. There were people who really gave up a lot of information. So this is going to go in the vault. And
I think that's best.
It'll be on Patreon. It'll be in our Pink Pill Facebook group. Kendall, if you want to share it, on your private group on Facebook. But there was a lot of people who asked that we protect the privacy of.
Yeah, well, I'll share it only in my private space. I have one space, and I only have 30 women in that space. So I'll share it in those groups. You can share it in your group, Chris. But I think that's best. I think it's best to protect the women.
And so that's why you're just now seeing it now. I saw the troll that was like, why is this not being seen? Why is this just now being seen? And thank you guys, thank you mods for catching that. But we just told you why. We just told you why we had this locked up.
If y'all want to hear, me and Chris are going to be making some announcements about a shared platform that we're going to be launching. And so if y'all, we're going to have an official, I guess you would call it purple pill, where the blue pill and the pink pill come together. We're going to have a podcast where we're going to have these kind of discussions, frequently. And so I'm done with YouTube. So when we make that transition, we're moving on to the podcast sector, because it's just a different, it's just more intellectual. It's a different level of thought that happens on podcasts. It attracts a different kind of audience. And I'm not really interested in the YouTube audience per se anymore. Right. So we will be creating a joint platform where we have our podcast and we'll talk about this
like this.
Yeah, we'll be having conversations like this. And so, get on my email list, get on Chris's email list, and, keep in the know, because we're going to be making those announcements soon. But, we're both kind of toggling down at the end of the year, taking a breath, but we're toggling down and ramping up at the same time, because both of us have some really big plans for 2019, and some big things that go on, girl, in 2019. So we're slowing down right now because we need a break too. We need a minute too. But in the coming months, some new things are going to be happening, some new spaces, my new platform, my new private forum. Chris is going to be doing some new things. I'm really excited about what you're talking about doing, Chris. So, the beat goes on. We're leveling up on our side, and we want leveled up women to come with us. So thank you, Crystalline, for having me once again. Thank you. And thank you for all you ladies who were willing to tell your truths and share your stories. I'm so sorry that so many of you experienced that. And, I just want to say this one time. I had a family member who was a foster care guy, a foster care person who my grandmother fostered. He was older, but he was intellectually compromised. And the only time that I experienced any form of attempts at molestation was this older man. Oh, he was a man, but he.
No, we're not doing a podcast. This was in 2018. No, we both just gave up on that. A lot of stuff happened between then and now. So yeah, you guys have to understand this is a time capsule. This is what we were planning in 2018, but this is not what we're doing moving forward.
He was like a teenager, like 19, and I was probably 9, 10, and he tried to get me and my sister to perform sexual acts on him in the closet at my grandmother's house. And so he was delayed, right? I don't know what the way. He was slow. Something was wrong with him, but he wasn't that damn slow. But let me tell you, and I'm not saying this to shame or to make anybody feel bad, but I'm saying this for a reason. I went and I told my daddy about this family member who had done this. And I don't know what my daddy did or said, but I can tell you this. That boy was never in the room alone with that. When I say he stayed so far away from us, he stayed so far away, he might as well not have existed. Mm-hmm. When you, for those of you who think that the things I say are born out of hatred for Black men, I want to tell you this. I was fortunate enough. My father was not perfect by any means, and I still had a lot of daddy issues growing up. But my father was there for me in a way. He was a true protector and a provider, and there was never any excuses about why he couldn't perform his job. And so I could have suffered the same fate as some of you ladies who shared some of your horrible tales of abuse and boundary crossing as children. But I had the type of Black man in my life that saw to it that was not going to happen. And
yeah, you guys, I just want to reiterate that this is a time capsule from 2018. Kindle has shut all of that down. Because of repeated attacks, because of people poaching and pirating her stuff. So all of the emails and everything that you guys are hearing in this video, again, you guys can look at the date of the video. It was 2018. What she's saying now is not necessarily what is happening. I mean, so she's not. This was 2018, okay? So I don't know. I can't really say if any of those email lists are active anymore. From what I understand, she shut all of it down. Can you really blame her, to be honest with you?
I'm surprised that foster family member didn't end up missing, to be honest. I'm really surprised. And I think the only reason why he didn't was because he was, he was compromised, like he was intellectually compromised. That's probably the only reason why he didn't end up in a ditch somewhere, real talk, knowing my father and how my father was. So I did have a protective provider father, and while not perfect, and we still had a lot of issues, I had a daddy. I didn't have just a father. I had a daddy who took care of us and provided and protected. And so I grew up seeing some vestiges of a patriarchal manhood that involved leadership and accountability. So be clear. I don't say the things I say because I've never witnessed it, because I was born in the single parent household and I never saw Black men be men. Oh no, I did. And I submitted to my father. I mean, I defied him in certain ways, but I submitted to him because I had no choice but to submit, because he was in charge and because he protected and provided, and I was dependent upon him. And so there was no way for me not to submit to him in many ways, because I needed him. Because I knew that he would be there for me. I could trust him, even as a young adult. Even when I came home pregnant by some trifling dude's baby, my father was there for me. So you talk about you want submission. Even a woman like me knows how to submit. I don't submit to just anybody. I don't work like that. But I know what submission looks like as a woman to a man. I know what that looks like. But you got to be worthy of that kind of submission and see, well, I didn't make the best choices romantically in life, and that's a whole other conversation. But I do know what a man, a true patriarch, I know what it looks like. I grew up with one. So for all of you who believe that the things I say are born out of hatred for Black men because y'all have just disappointed me so much romantically and personally and because I didn't have a father, that is not true at all. I had a father who was very present. And the reason why I didn't share the fate of so many of you sisters who are listening now and were telling these terrible stories of your abuse and your harm as little girls is because my daddy stepped in as a Black patriarch and made sure that that did not happen to me and my sisters. So be clear. I know what it looks like for a man to lead. I know what it looks like for a man to be trustworthy because I trusted my father to the day he died. So if you want that kind of trust and you want that kind of belief in you, then you're going to have to stand up as men. And talking about weave and feminism is never, ever going to create that kind of dependency, that willful submission in your women. You're never going to get that.
Eager. And so again, when you talk about Black women, when you're on that video where I talk about 6 reasons why Black women and white men make good marriage partners, and you put in the comments section, well, Black women are just more submissive. They're automatically more submissive to white men. No, they're not automatically more submissive. What they sense is that man is taking the man's role. And so they're able to go into that mode and not be feeling like they have to take on a different role. The masculinity allows for femininity to flourish.
Right.
Period.
The kind of femininity that you say y'all want.
You know, you encourage the man to be masculine, to build, because obviously there are plenty of feminine Black women in the community, and it has not encouraged Black men to build anything. No, the masculinity and the protection is like ooga booga. Think about cavemen, all right? That's how we all learned. Ooga booga caveman had the cave, built the house, and was like, I'm gonna drag you to my cave and you're going to have some babies for me. But while you're having babies for me, I'm going to protect you. So the saber-toothed lions and the woolly mammoths and everybody who comes to get you, I'm going to kill them. I'm going to provide food and shelter for you. You just stay here, have my babies, and I will protect you. So that masculinity, that protection was there. And so the woman was like, okay, well, I'm out here. I don't know how to kill these woolly mammoths and these saber-toothed tigers. So I guess, all right.
Right.
They went along. So the protection comes before the softness, not the other way around.
Right. A woman needs to feel safe in order to be vulnerable. That what y'all are looking for is the kind of traditional femininity that's vulnerable.
Yes, you want us to be vulnerable, but at the same time, you should have known better. That man.
Right. And so
even understand it's like, do you understand like femininity is almost like a childlike vulnerability.
Right.
Look at what y'all do to children who are vulnerable.
Right.
Look at what happened to that 2-year-old baby who was a child and was vulnerable. Look at what you do to people who are vulnerable in the community.
Right. So if you're trying to convince Black women that the conditions are favorable for them to be safely vulnerable in the Black community, in the Black home, in the Black church, walking down Black streets, and you're saying that a Black woman is safe being vulnerable to you, I need you to really, really ask yourself, is that true? Are Black really safe to be vulnerable to you in the way that y'all want? You delight at non-Black women being traditionally feminine, but that what they are is vulnerable. And because they come from communities where it's more safe for them to be that. But have you created that kind of safety for your women and your daughters to be that way? Because I can tell you no. Now, when I was a little girl, and I was girly like a little girl. Why? Because I had a daddy that, I played with dolls, and my father could make me cry with a single look. He was intimidating. So I grew up, very vulnerable in the sense that I was known as the crybaby.
Right. And I was so girly, you guys. I was I had so many baby dolls. Every time there was a new baby doll, I was like, Daddy, please, will you give me this baby doll? Remember when Cabbage Patch Kids were the my father drove all the way it was a lottery to get Cabbage Patch Kids, because when we were young, remember,
Yep.
Everybody wanted a Cabbage Patch Kid. They were sold out. My father got into a drawing so that we could just be eligible to buy a Cabbage Patch Kid.
Right.
And my father drove from Lancaster to Los Angeles to Fedco. Do y'all remember Fedco?
Yep.
At night after he got off work to get me that Cabbage Patch Kid because that's what I wanted, because that's the kind of dad that I had. That's why I look at what Black girls and women have to deal with, and I wait for y'all. Like, seriously, we had good dads, and that's why we're fighting for this. We're like, this is not right. This is not normal.
Yeah, and I told y'all the story before, the time that little teenage boy, my father, they were riding their bikes on the sidewalk and we were outside playing, and my father was outside washing the car, and he told the boys to stop riding the bikes on the sidewalk because the little kids were playing. Well, one of them boys didn't listen and rode his bike and knocked my sister over, who at the time was 4 years old, and he knocked her over and broke her collarbone. And let me tell you something. I even every time I conjure this thought up in my head, it gives me chills, because I remember my father. I just remember the scene of the bike and my sister on the ground, and she started crying. And I looked up and I saw my father, who looked like a giant at that time, because my father was 6'2", 6'3", and I was a little girl. If she was 4, I was 6, 7. I was little. And I remember the look that my father's eyes glazed over. And a look came off on his face, ladies. And if you have never seen your daddy look like that in defense of you, it's hard to explain. A look came over his face. And when I say, when he was headed for that boy, and my mother called him. She was at the door. She called him, and he didn't hear her. She called him again, and each step that he took towards this boy. And then my mother screamed his name at the top of her lungs. And I still remember the shrill in her voice. My mother was not a loud woman. So for that, it stands out in my memory because she wasn't loud. So she screamed. Why did she scream? Because she knew that if he reached that boy before her voice reached her husband,
he was dead.
That boy was going to end up dead. And he was only 12. So he was really, teenage, prepubescent, don't listen little boy. Probably, and matter of fact, I remember who it was. And he did not have a father in his own, one of the few boys on our block who didn't. Most of us did at the time. But he was going to kill that little boy because that little boy, first of all, had disobeyed a male authority, and that had knocked his baby girl down, his 4-year-old daughter down. And we didn't know it at the time, but when they took her to the emergency room, found out that he broke her clavicle. But all he saw was his baby on the ground, this little nigga on a bike, and stars. That's all he saw. And the only thing that kept him from killing that little boy was my mother screaming his name, because he went into complete man mode.
Right.
And
That's protection.
That's
manliness.
boy. And
That's
that kind of manliness is the
Yes.
manliness that I grew up with. So all of this whining and complaining about weave and feminism, I can't relate to that. I don't know nothing about that. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have seen what it looks like when a man is willing to kill for his women and his children. I have seen it firsthand. I know what it looks like. Mm-hmm. So you're not going to convince me that all of this yelling and screaming and 40,000 videos on YouTube is about you trying to make the community better, when I know it's not, because I know what it looks like when a man is about that life. I know what it looks like. And I've also dated Black men like that. I know what it looks like. I know what it looks like to have a man look at another man when he feels like he's crossing boundaries with you with that look. I know what that looks like. And I'm not talking about some crazy thug dude. I'm talking about a man. I know what it looks like.
Let me tell you, I have a story too, similar to that. My father had a gun, a 22, just like a small, it looks like a toy gun. After he passed away, we found it. It was always rumored that dad had a gun, but we didn't know because he would always keep it away from us. But when he passed away, my son was looking through, my father had a bunch of like Swiss Army knives and like switchblades and stuff. And so that's very appealing to a young boy. So he's looking through all the Swiss Army knives, the switchblades, and we find the 22 gun. And I remember being about 5 or 6 years old when my dad pulled out the gun. We used to live on 42nd Street East in Los Angeles. That's East LA. East LA is now predominantly Mexican, but before it was all Black, and it was the, starting to be the hood. It was a nice place. My father had bought his house and paid for it. It was a nice, I remember everything about that house. And I remember like the Puerto Ricans who lived next door, and there was a liquor store in the corner. And it was one night, and this was what made my father's decision to move out of the hood, was there was like beginning to be gangbangers, and gangs were starting to ramp up in that area. And my father went out the house with his little 22 gun and was like, "You need to get the F off my property. And get out of my." See, that is a man who will arm up and say, "You better not, do not cross this gate, this chain fence.
Right.
If you do, you will have a hurting. I will shoot you.
Right.
Because this is my castle." And you know what he did? He said, my mother was like, "We really got all these Black folks moving to Lancaster. And he was like, "All right, bet."
I want to address something that I've said in the comment section, because I knew that's what was going to be said. So someone said, "I had a great dad, was raised by him, but I still chose a loser baby daddy." Well, let me tell y'all something. Despite everything we just said, and my stories of heroism about my father, be clear. While my father was a great father, in some ways, he wasn't perfect, and there were some gaps. There were some gaps. In his dynamics with us and the dynamic with me. A good father is not a God. No. And just because he's a good man and a good father doesn't mean that he's everything his children needs. Doesn't mean that his children are going to automatically have the best self-esteem. Just because I had a decent father in the house doesn't mean that I had the greatest self-esteem. It doesn't mean that I had an understanding of the world in ways that would help me.
Your parents aren't the only things that
influence you. What's going on?
Having my father, I chose a guy, that wasn't the best the first time around, but that was because of the influence of people around me who said that you need to bend. You need to understand that the Black man is not going to be perfect, and you're going to have to settle for some things. You're going to have to tolerate some things. But here's what it was. Having my father taught me, him being in my life, I was able to recognize that this was wrong, that this didn't feel right. This didn't feel like a relationship that was functional, because I didn't see my mother suffer under my father. And I was like, this isn't right. So while I had transgressed, while I, had made a detour because of what I had been indoctrinated to, because you guys need to understand, it's not just the parents that have influence. It's other people. Are you kidding me?
Right.
Come on now. We don't live in a bubble.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, I would say that while my father's presence did not stop me from doing something stupid, it prevented me from compounding my stupidity.
Exactly.
Now, I didn't
you recognize, you like, wait a minute, this ain't right.
This ain't work out how I thought. This ain't. So I knew not to have a second, third, and fourth child. So just because my father was around doesn't mean that he was perfect. There were lots of ways that he did fail us. Now what I was talking about was the protection provision, but as a personal one-on-one dynamic, there were some things that he failed at. He couldn't.
My father never told me I was beautiful. And crazy. What I believe, this is why I believe in the afterlife. A medium that was nothing to do with my father. She was like, did your father pass away recently? And I said, yes. It had been, I don't know, a year or so after. And she said, your father wants you to know that he is so proud of you and he thinks you are beautiful. And I broke down, and that's when I knew. I was like, some of these people are for real, because my father never told me those things in real life.
Yeah, my father never told me no, he never told me I was beautiful either. I don't ever remember my father ever verbally expressing love, like verbally expressing love. Now, of course, he expressed love in other ways. As a child, I didn't quite understand, but of course, as a grown-up now, I see the things that he did was love in action. But as a child, especially a girl, you need that edification from your dad.
And I needed it. I needed to be told I was a princess, I was beautiful,
right?
I deserved all of the wonderful things. Like, you need to know. There are some kids that's not necessary. There's some kids that's very important to have that. I have a child who is very, doesn't need a lot of showering of affection. And then I have a little girl who is very much in need of it. So you need to, as a parent, be able to recognize what your child needs. One child isn't going to need all of that edification, but another child is. And if you don't give it to her, she will seek it out.
Anyway,
tried his best and did the best he could.
Right.
Never the thing that I needed for somebody to tell me that I was beautiful. I needed for somebody to tell me that I was his little princess, and that he will reluctantly and begrudgingly give me away to my husband. But until then, I'm his little girl. He showed me, like I said, going to that's the kind of love and action that you recognize when you're older.
Right.
But when you're a kid,
as a child, right. And so that's
it's like, yeah, that was love and action. Him going down, on a weeknight to LA with all the traffic to Fedco to get me a Cabbage Patch doll that he didn't win. He just got into the raffle so he could buy it for however much like ungodly price it was. He did that for me. But to look back, you don't see that as, oh, he did that because I love you. And he did do that because he loved me.
Right.
But I needed for him to say it. I needed for him to kiss me and love me and hug me.
Right.
And that was the part that he didn't do. And here's the thing, that John Mayer song about fathers be good to your daughters, mothers good to them, they will show them how to. You show them how to be lovers. It's very important that you be good to your daughters because it carries on. That is something that is so true. You really have to. Fathers, you have a responsibility. And that's why I did No Wedding, No Womb, because I understand the importance of it. How much worse off would I have been if I didn't have my father for what he was there for me for?
Right.
It's so important.
Right.
Fathers, be good to your daughters. It is important. Like, part of all of this dysfunction that's going on in the Black community is because there are not enough fathers being good to their daughters.
And being good is not just about paying child support or just being present in the home.
Buying diapers or whatever.
It's about being, so the thing about it is, these are complex, nuanced conversations. So when I was retelling the story about my father's, protection of his wife and his children and how I witnessed that, and I'm paying homage to that part in him because I was in awe of that when I was a little girl. Now that I recognize, and it did make me feel very safe, but my emotions didn't feel safe with my father. So that's a whole different conversation. So when you say, well, you had a great father and you still chose a leader, because once again, when you do that, a loser, which once again is trying to strip me of my humanity by suggesting that this is a one size fits all, one way conversation.
Right. And it just goes to show that, see, Black women, y'all, no matter what, y'all just trash.
Right. But what you don't understand is that these conversations are complex. Fatherhood is complex. Daughterhood is complex. Human relations are complex. And so you can have a father who was very present and very good in one area, but who was not in other areas. And yes, the parts that he did good at will have a great influence. But the areas where he may have dropped the ball, there are going to be some weak spots in the results. And that's what happened with me. And that seems like that's what you're saying happened with you, Chris. And so while I will say that, yes, I defied my father. I defied all of that dominance and stuff that I'm talking about now. I was in defiance of it as a younger person because I didn't understand it. And that's part of the reason why I ended up with the man I did when I had my child. But But I also, because I had my father and because there was a higher standard, I realized very quickly that I had made a mistake. And whereas I didn't have an abortion, so I had the child, I knew better to never, ever do that again. And I did not. So that, these are nuanced conversations, but y'all want to make it seem like it's either all or nothing. Well, if there's no man in the house, the child is just a hot mess. If there is a man in the house, the child's going to be perfect. That's not how it works. Men are not gods. Fathers are not gods. But their presence can have an impact at various levels, at various times, for various reasons in application. My father's, the stability, the protection and provision that my father created for me kept me off a pole. It got my ass in college. It allowed me certain experiences. I went to good schools when I was a child. It allowed me certain experiences. And I did grow up feeling very physically safe with the presence of my father and the other men in my community at that time. But it also left gaps in my womanhood, my girlhood, my feelings of self-esteem, and all that.
Well, Texas Bell just said, right, complex. My father taught me to cook and build a house, but he beat me and called me a stupid hoe too.
Right. And y'all want to make it seem like, so y'all romanticize fatherhood and y'all romanticize Black fatherhood. Then now, so the whole thing is, well, anytime anything happens in the Black community to a male or a female, if they do something crazy or something crazy happened to them, but there was no father in the home, it was a single parent household. Right. This has become the standard that y'all use for everything. Oh, well, this guy, he dropped an egg on the floor. Well, he dropped that egg because, his mother should have chose, but she chose a thug and he didn't have no father. So that's why he dropped this egg on the floor. Y'all are so ridiculous with this. Even good fathers are not gods.
Right. I used to hear Black women have no friends. I used to watch my parents fight, and my father would bring women in the home and cheat on my mom and have sex with other women in front of me. Oh, but a man needs to be in the home, though.
No, it's the quality of the man, and there's levels to quality. My father was good at, he was definitely good at protection. He was all right at provision. As an adult woman, I've spoken with my mom, and she's shown, she's talked with me about the reality. My father was not good with money. There were things that, there was some, he wasn't strong in all areas. But for me as a little girl, I knew I never had to worry about a place, to lay my head or worry about somebody coming in and hurting me physically. But that doesn't mean that he was good in all of the other areas that a girl child needs. He was not.
If he's dropped the ball, bringing home women and cheating on the mother, how is he good? I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like, how if he's teaching you how to build a house and cook, but he's calling you a stupid hoe? Like, come on.
Right. So y'all need to come up off. It's like we're in a weird place, you and I, Chris, because we did have fathers, and they were pretty decent fathers in the areas that Black people talk about the most, right? Yeah. So we went off the path and we had children out of wedlock, but we did come from homes that were somewhat stable, with fathers who were very present and who were the best fathers they could be given what they had and knew at the time. Now when I'm older, I understand some of the reasons why my father couldn't show up the way I wanted him to as a child. But when I was a child, I didn't understand. So I took a lot of his dominance as oppression. It felt oppressive to me. Why? Because it wasn't also being countered with love, with the kind of love that a little girl needs from her daddy. It just felt punitive and scary in a way. And so as a child, it didn't edify me. It made me feel protected from the outside, but inside the home, my heart didn't feel safe with him. Mm-hmm. And so, some of the defiance that I grew up to become, very defiant, rebellious spirit, which is part of the reason why I went off and had a baby, was partly to defy my father. These are very complex relationships and complex conversations. I'm a middle-aged woman now. I'm looking at 50. As a grown woman, I can look back now at my father and see some of his behavior and understand that was the way he was showing me love. But as a 9, 10, 12, 15-year-old girl, I didn't interpret it that way. I didn't understand the things I wanted my father couldn't give. He didn't know how to give. And so, when I began to date and go out into the world, there was a defiance in me, and a rebelliousness against the things that I thought my father represented. So I went and found the guy who I thought represented the complete opposite of my father. And I did that on purpose because I had some daddy issues present. Just because my father was present and because he did provide and protect doesn't mean that every aspect of me was now cultivated to its perfection. No, there were parts of me as a 20-year-old girl
blame you. Well, you had a father in the home, and you still made mistakes. See, that just goes to show that the Black woman is inherently effed up.
No, but it shows us that we're human beings, and that men and fathers are not gods. Right. Y'all make them gods, and you romanticize their presence in the home because you didn't have them. Right. I don't have to romanticize a man's presence in the home. I don't have to romanticize my father and say it's all good or all bad. That goes back to the conversation we were having earlier. You want to make it all Black people all good and all Black men all noble and all white men all horrible and demons. Y'all need that. I don't need that. I can say that my father was a complex man who showed love to me in complex ways that I didn't fully understand until I was an adult, till I was a parent myself. Till I raised a child without a father in the home and really began to understand and see the value in the ways that my father was present. And what that means is that I was human and that he was human. That's what it means. It doesn't mean that we're imperfect and I'm some Jezebel whore spirit. No, what it means is that we are human beings living human lives and nothing is perfect up in this bitch. That he could have been really great in one area and dropped the ball in the other. And the area that he dropped the ball affected me in such a way that I made that life choice. But I did, but it also means with the things
we grew up in the 90s.
Right? It was a different world.
Out of wedlock rate was at its peak. Everybody was doing that. Everybody, it was a thing. It was a thing.
Okay. I see you, Chi-Dubs. Okay, that's fine. I wasn't saying that I wasn't mad at you for saying, I misread your quote because they're saying she was just making a comment. She's saying, I wasn't accusing you. She was saying that I was asking for myself. You misunderstood my tone. It's okay. It's no big deal. No worries. I'm not in a fighting mood right now. It's okay. But I've heard that said before. Well, if you had a great father, you still chose a loser. So now what? Because a good father is relative. Good father. I mean, my father was great compared to what we got going on now. But was he the best father possible? Absolutely not. Was my father present in a way that makes him stand out compared to what we have going now? Absolutely. But when I talk to my mother about the personal details, the intimate realities of her relationship with my father and the types of things that she had to endure in order to stay with him and make the relationship and the family work, I recognize that no, boo-boo, this is not what y'all are thinking. See, these are complex realities and complex situations. And so while my father's love and protection and his presence kept me off a pole, it didn't keep me out of the single mother category. And, and that's just how I handle it. I had other siblings and they didn't do what I did. They handle it differently. So we're human beings here. And I know y'all want to deify, you want to demonize Black women and you want to deify Black men, but it doesn't work like that. My father wasn't perfect. My mother wasn't perfect. And these were two imperfect people my mother and father got married in 1964. Okay, Roe v. Wade hadn't even been passed yet. The world was a different world back then. Jim Crow, they were just coming out of Jim Crow and sharecropping and all that crap. It was a different world then. So for you to sit there and say, well, because I had a father, for someone to suggest because I had a father in the house that meant that I was supposed to be this perfect daughter, that's stupid. White women have fathers in their homes at levels that most Black women never experience, and they're crazy as loons. I don't know what y'all talking about. Fathers are not gods, but what they do, if they show up correctly, what they do is provide order and structure. They provide and they protect. And if they're really good and are able to do so, they edify their children and make them feel wanted and loved. And most men, especially Black men, have a hard time with that. They may not be able to connect. My father had girl children. He grew up in a very different time. It was a different world. He didn't know how to connect like that. These modern dudes, they all up in their children's faces trying to edify them emotionally. My father didn't grow up like that. So he didn't know how to give his daughters what they needed. And so I don't begrudge him that any longer as a grown-up. But as a 12-year-old girl, yeah, I felt some kind of way. Yeah. As a 19-year-old, it made me feel rejected. And so
as a child.
Right. And so my choice was
breaking news. I'm sorry.
Right. So when I had my son, I got pregnant with my son at 22 years old. I was barely an adult. So yeah, I was still dealing with some of those raw feelings of rejection and all that for my father. And so me going and finding this loser, as y'all would call him, was my way of kind of taking some of that power back against my father. But guess who ultimately paid the price? So the joke was on me. So you don't have to keep reminding me, because I lived it. So that little act of rebellion that I did against my father, I paid for it. My son paid for it. My son's father paid for it. My bloodline paid for it. So you don't have to keep throwing that in my face, because I've lived the punishment of that, and so has my child. And I did. You know what? I didn't do it again. Because I realized this is not the life for me. I don't want this for myself. I don't want this for any future children. And I forewent children. I didn't have any more children because I did not want to ever do that again. So while y'all want to use that bad choice as a signpost that I was just this rebellious little Jezebel whore, what I wanted you to understand is that I am a complex human being, like all complex human beings. And in my youth and my ignorance and my unaddressed, my daddy issues, mommy issues, I made a bad choice. I didn't understand the gravity of the choice I was making in 1994 when I made it. I'm 47 years old now. I have the benefit of hindsight and being a grown-up, and 2 decades later, I see what's become of the community in the world. But back then, things were different. And so while I admit that I fucked up and it was a selfish, ignorant, arrogant choice that I made, you will not condemn me for the rest of my life. You will not make me self-immolate and self-flog myself in penance to this race. You will not do that. I'm not accepting that.
Right. Well, so the person who we spoke about has listened like what you thought and responded via email. And I want to read that aloud because it is part and parcel to what we're talking about. And I want you to pay a special attention to the end of it. So just to give you guys context, this is a man who has stalked, harassed, and belittled us for years, saying we hate all Black men, we're a bunch of bed wenches, sellout coons, nigger apes, everything else. Let me read to you what he has said. Good evening, beloveds. Caught bits and pieces of your hangout. Let me just say that you two are incredibly triggered by that coon Nelly and his tip drill video. You need to diversify your talking points. Crystalline, I thought we had an understanding, beloved. This 5-hour hangout bashing the Negro male is really disappointing to me. We all know the nigger male is fucked up. I thought you moved past them. Kendall, I heard your closing remarks. Let me just first say, I am incredibly sorry that I made you feel unsafe. I was extremely out of line. Since you two say you know so much about me, you would know my mother is a Black woman, and I figure you would show some solidarity with the sister and not call her outside her name, since you proclaim to love Black women so much. I have always maintained that I find your content highly entertaining and informative. And if you ever want to meet me for brunch, still, that's a veiled threat. I would have no issue with that. And plus, I would donate $100 to you.
I don't need your $100, sweetie. And so let's. So since you assume that I would care about your mama because she's a Black woman, since you write to me and call me names and make veiled threats against me and my son, I would assume that you would care about my son since he's a Black man, right? Because that's who you're supposedly defending when you're inboxing me. Well, he's a Black man. So when you make threats against him, are you out of pocket because you feel some kind of brotherhood with him? I mean, poor boy got me as a mother. I mean, oh my God. So exactly. Don't you feel like? But you didn't think anything about making veiled threats against him. You didn't make any veiled threats against his mother, because whether you like me or not, let me tell you a harsh truth. I am all he has. So if something happens to me, he's asked out. So when you make veiled threats against me and you call me a whore and a bed wench coon and you tell me I should die, you ain't showing no solidarity to the brotherhood, because my son is one of you. And if he loses me, his father is not going to step in, and you're not going to step in. And none of the other Negro males in the community are going to step in to help guide him and to keep him on a straight and narrow. The only one he has in his life is me. So I would have thought, since you expected me to feel some sisterly solidarity with your dead mother, that you would have felt some brotherly solidarity with my alive son.
Right. Yeah.
You didn't, because you were in my inbox threatening me and threatening him. Right. So I don't understand. Once again, you say that You're acting like we drew first blood, but I did not inbox you, beloved. You inboxed me. I did not attack you. You attacked me. I didn't make
you made against me. Putting out my address, street name, all kinds of stuff, and saying, well, you once posted this years ago, so then that gives me free reign to completely. And
I don't understand why, if you are busy being this great man, why do you have so much free time?
Like,
I don't
always have. Yeah,
you are always covering, you're watching our videos, and you want to
works at a some sort of investment firm. Again, he doesn't have his own business. He works for the white man that he hates so much.
But I just don't.
He's making a good salary. The white man is allowing for him to make a really good salary, so he can spend his time harassing and bullying Black women. But it gets worse. Kendall, listen to this. So what you ladies don't understand is I understand the white male from a different perspective. For an example, oh, this is rich. My fiance is of an Eastern European country, a naturalized citizen now. Did you get that?
So her fiance from an his fiance is from an Eastern European country?
Yes. So this Black man says, my fiance is from an Eastern European country. How many Black women are from Eastern European countries? So I'm assuming she's like from the Ukraine, she's from Poland, she's from Russia. She ain't Black. Naturalized citizen. Her cousin came from said country this summer to stay for several months on vacation. He specifically requested to go out to a strip club so he can have sex with a Black woman, which I obliged him, subject to another day. So do you hear this? This is consistent with Nelly and Tip Girl happening in real life. So he has this white fiance, and her cousin comes here, male cousin, and says, I want to get to know Black women. So what he does is take him to where the most desperate and defiled and debased Black women will be, and says, this is what we are. And I will hand over to you these women who are so disgusting.
Yeah.
Here's what he says. Don't you understand you Negro females are just novelties to these white men? Well, why are we novelties to these white men? Is it because you hand us over on a platter to be debased and defiled the way Kendall said from the beginning since the 70s?
I don't understand why. I don't understand why it's fair.
And I hear how they talk about you, these nappy-headed heifers.
Okay.
All the best, M.
Okay, so what? So if they're just you, what do you care? Like, I don't understand. What do you care if they're using us and you have your Eastern European girlfriend, fiance, whatever? Then you've already made your choice. So I don't understand what the problem is. Why are you still inboxing? Like, okay, so good. So the white man the white cousin came in, got a little Black coochie. So he got what he wanted. Hopefully the girl got paid. So she got what she wanted. And you got your Eastern European fiance, but you're still in my inbox though.
Right, and you're still in my inbox.
Any of that. I don't have anything to do with that. And I really don't care. And if white men only see us as all of these things, I don't care. You know why I don't care? Because I know that that's exactly what you see us for too.
Right. Seriously,
we're not any safer.
What is the difference?
We're not any safer.
Trash.
We're not any safer.
He thinks I'm trash. What's the difference?
We're not any. See, but here we go, beloved. Because what you've proven again is that I'm not any safer with you than I would be with him.
Exactly.
The very fact that you even respond.
And that you hand over. Wait a minute. How symbolic is this? He's handing over a white man who wants to taste a Black woman, because of all the things he's heard about, and a Black man, once again, handing over a Black woman to be exploited. Does he not even get the symbolism of that?
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't even know what to say to that. And then he says it like it's supposed to be like this big ta-da. I
Yeah,
don't
it's like, wait, you're doing
about
what
that.
Black men have always done, and that's handing over your women.
I mean, at least she got paid for it. I'm hoping she got
hope she
paid. Because many Black women didn't get paid when y'all was selling us into slavery to the white man and to the Arab man. So at least this chick, hopefully she got paid. But you know, that doesn't make me feel any kind of way. You helping to offer Black women up like that, that's not new to me. So I'm not clutching my pearls and feeling my stomach sink because I'm just worried about what happened to that woman. I don't care. She's a grown woman. If she want to sell ass, that's her business. And if she got paid to sell ass to your fiance's cousin, then listen, she got paid. She got more out of the deal than she usually do when she's screwing Negroes. So I'm not moved by that at all. What I don't understand is what all of that has to do with the email barrage and the threats and all of that. I don't understand what all of that has to do with me. It don't have nothing to do with me. If that's the way you've chosen to live your life in response to your disappointment and rage against Black women, that you are a sovereign man and you can do that. And nothing I'm saying is stopping you from doing any of that. You can bring your white fiance's entire tribe over here to have sex with Black women. If the Black women are willing to do it, then that's a transaction between you, him, and them. I don't have anything to do with that. So I don't know what that was supposed to mean to me. I will say this. You expect me to feel some kind of fealty and loyalty to your mother who is deceased, but you felt none to my son who is alive. And so once again, there's a double standard at play. You don't feel there's anything wrong with sending cryptic messages and all of that. And be clear, what I said was you were attempting to make me afraid. What you do is harass and stalk. That's what stalkers and harassers do. Use cryptic language. You force your way into a person's life and into a person's space.
That doesn't want you there.
That doesn't want you there. And by doing so, that's a way of trying to gain power. You can force your way. You can try to force me to pay attention to you. And so what you were trying to do, and what you try to do to all of us, is make us afraid by trying to capitalize off the fact that we're women and you're a male. And so you once again only proved to me what I already know, that when it comes time to it, the Black male is not the Black woman's first line of defense. The Black male is the Black woman's first offender. Yeah, and that's what we're doing is reinforcing everything that I already believe
over to people who will exploit her. And here's the thing: if we're so bad, if you're so happy, if you have such a great job as an engineer / working for the white man on Wall Street, and you've got a white woman who is your fiance, why are you in our inbox?
Right.
Like, why are you emailing us?
If I was the white fiance, let me tell you something. If I was the white fiance, I would feel insulted that my man spends a lot of time in the inboxes of Black women. I would feel like really some kind of way if my man was spending a lot of his supposed free time following all of these strange Black women on YouTube, on platforms, inboxing them, listening to their videos. I would think that might be something I was lacking in, because clearly, I don't know, it just seemed to me that if I was in a relationship with a dude and he was spending all his time focusing on these other women, I would just, I don't know, it would probably make me feel some kind of way. But in the end, I mean, ultimately, I'm very interested in how you felt that I'm supposed to feel some kind of loyalty to your mother when you felt none to my son, and still don't, because you're still doing veiled cryptic stuff even in these videos. And here's the deal: you assume, that if I showed up to meet you for lunch, that I would show up by myself. You assume that.
Right.
You don't know who I know. You don't know who protects me. You think you know, you don't know. So when you make those threats against us, you're making them based off of information that you think you have about who we are. You don't know who I have to protect me and who's on my side. You don't know. You
might want to just say, okay, I'll meet you where you want to meet at.
Right. So you don't know. So when you're making those threats, these veiled threats to meet me, you just don't know how that might end for you. And I'm not saying anything, this is not a veiled threat for you. I'm just saying that the assumptions that you're making is that you're in a position of power in this dynamic. And this is why you keep having to force yourself. Right now, even now, you're very happy that we're giving you some attention because that's really what you wanted the whole time.
Right.
When
and your white Eastern European woman is not a sufficient enough attention.
I don't know where she is right now.
Pleasing you enough. She's not making you happy enough because that's obvious because you still coming back to us.
Yeah, if I were her, I would be very angry that you're sitting right now listening to these bum bitches on black bitches on YouTube rather than loving up on her. If I was her, I would be really annoyed, but it doesn't really matter to me. I don't care. My point is that nobody owes you more respect and deference than you owe them. I don't have to respect your mama if you don't have to respect my son. I don't have to respect your manhood if you refuse to show any respect to my womanhood. You don't have to like what I say, and you don't have to appreciate my message, but that doesn't justify what you've been doing. And it's not just to me, it's not just to Crystalline, it's lots of black women.
Yeah, you've been
talking for years. It's a lot of time.
Your life is so wonderful. Why are you so busy terrorizing other women black women who you say you hate? And you're so happy with your Eastern European fiance, and you have a child that you're raising that I'm assuming is out of wedlock by a black woman that you hate. So you've got a child to raise, and you've got a fiance, and you've got this great job, but here you are.
Yeah, I just don't get it. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in it at all. I'm not interested in emails. I'm not interested, going back and forth. I really don't care. You can feel however you feel and send all the emails you want. It doesn't matter. These things, that's not leadership to me. It doesn't make me want to submit. It doesn't make me change my mind about you or the collective of black males. It doesn't have any effect. It doesn't do anything. And you just retelling this weird story about taking your white brother-in-law or cousin or whoever to have sex with black women. I don't know what that's supposed to do. I don't know how it's supposed to make me feel, but I don't think it's working. Whatever you were hoping it was going to do, I don't feel any of that because I don't have a problem with black women selling pussy as long as she's the one selling it. I don't have a problem with black women getting paid for sex. And so if the black woman willingly had sex with somebody, white, black, or indifferent, that's her business as far as I'm concerned. If she's a grown woman doing it for a grown woman's business, and she's the one who's benefiting from it, ain't nobody pimping her, then I don't really care. I mean, some of the women I love the best are sex workers. I don't know what that was supposed to make me feel, but it's not making me feel what I think it's supposed to make me feel.
But
I don't care.
Here's the thing, like he's also, well, my thing, you don't feel any kind of way, but I'm looking at the symbolism of yet another white man who is saying, I want to exploit your women. And a black man saying, oh, here, let me help you. That's what I see.
Even that part of the story I'm over too, because I know this is a long-standing history. So this is not new to me. He's not doing anything extra or special to me. This is par for the course. This is historically accurate. So this is not deviating from the norm. This is actually the norm for me. So for me, I don't really care. It's not a big deal to me. I don't have issues with women selling pussy. That's not a big deal for me. As long as she's the one selling it, as long as she's the one benefiting from it. I think that men should pay to have access to women in one way or another. So whether it's with a wedding ring or stack of cash, it's up to the woman, it's up to the situation, it's up to the man. I don't really get into the morals of that because that's not my trick bag. But I don't know what that was supposed to mean, but I will say this: if you expected me to feel some kind of sisterhood with your mother, I would have expected you to feel some kind of brotherhood with my son, especially since, like I said, I don't inbox you making threats against your dead mama. You inbox me making veiled threats against my son. So I don't understand how you're going to try to make it seem like I drew first blood with you. I don't know you and I don't care about you. And I don't feel the need to deal with you at all. You're the one who keeps trying to grab my attention. You're the one who's emailing me, making videos about me. I don't feel the need to do that with you. I matter more to you than you matter to me.
Right.
And I think that's part of the problem is that you want to matter to me. And I'm telling you that you're not going to matter to me doing what you're doing. Now, I've listed out some ways that you could possibly matter to me. And it's up to you to decide if you want to live up to those things. But if you don't, that's your business. You have the right to. You got your white Eastern European woman. Go with her. I want y'all to get married and have beautiful mixed race babies and to live a happy, healthy life. I'm glad that you have found love wherever you could find it. I'm glad that she edifies you and lets you be a man and makes you feel good, and she completes you in every way necessary. I'm very, very glad. I'm very glad. So that's it.
Yeah.
That's it for me. Like that I'm happy. If that's what you needed as a man and as a person to feel good about yourself and to feel good about your life, and you found somebody who's going to do that for you, then I'm glad that you found that.
I mean, but here's the thing: he's doing the very thing he accuses us of doing. Like he's saying, I'm happy. I got a 6-figure job, and I take care of my child, and I got me a white woman. I'm happy, but I'm in your inbox terrorizing you. How happy are you? Like the very thing that he's saying, well, y'all should just go be happy and leave us alone. Leave us alone. Like how happy are you? If you have a fiance, you're making so much money and you're doing so wonderfully well that you need to email us and create channels and create all sorts of different identities through email and Gmail and stuff so that you can continue to come at us. And like, here's the difference between you and me. Like, I am very content with the decision that I made. I regret it not. I made the best decision for me at the time, and I have absolutely no regrets. You know what I'm not doing though, is that I'm not in Black men's inboxes saying, nana, nana, boo, boo. What I am doing is saying, Black women, I'm seeing these stats. I'm seeing this chaos. I'm seeing all this negativity, and I'm saying, there's another way. There is another way. Here's what I did. And if it's something that you're open to, here's what you can do too. What I'm not doing is in, Obsidian's email, wanting him to be on my show like he's wanting to be on my show. Me asking to debate like he's asking me to debate. I'm not in Angry Man's or Sergeant Willie P or all of these men. I'm not in their inbox poking the bear, trying to get them to pay attention to me. Like you are. You want me. You're saying that your life is so wonderful, but every time I do a video, I do a lot of videos. This is my job. Like, what is your job? Are you saying you have a job? When do you work? Because this is my job. Like, ultimately, I get paid for this. And so it behooves me to do videos and be out there and be relevant. This is how, this is what I do. This is my livelihood. You're not getting paid for being a terrorist. Like, you're not being paid to be a bully, but here you are taking the time, and you take a lot of time. Because believe me, with all the videos that me and Kendall do and how you harass and bully everybody else, you should have a lot of time to be on YouTube. You have a lot of time to do this. So how happy are you?
I don't care if he's happy or not. I don't care at all. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to intrude and force his way into my reality is because I don't care, and because he wants my attention, and because, he's not a factor in my world. So he has to keep intruding. And see, that's the sign, like I said, you can't compel a woman to willingly submit to you. So then you have to be abusive in order to try to get her, if you can't get her to do it out of love, then you're going to try to get her to do it out of fear. And none of that is manly to me. So I don't even.
Right. So it's so unaffected. Like, seriously, you're a non-factor.
It doesn't matter.
Funny to watch you. It's funny to watch you because you keep upping the ante about how great your life is, but here you are still.
Yeah, and I don't care. I hope your life is great. I really wish that it would become greater so that you would
leave us alone.
Right, so that you would be so happy and so your time would be so filled with greatness and happiness that you just really wouldn't have the time or the desire to inbox me with silliness. I really wish that's what was going on. So I wish you and your Eastern European woman the best. And I hope the next time her uncle and her cousins comes in and they want to taste of some Black love, that you take them someplace where they can get some, as long as the women are getting paid. I have no problem with that. There's nothing that you are saying that does anything to me or makes me feel any kind of way.
Right.
But I just wanted to acknowledge, because I know that you have wrote to Crystalline and said that the reason why you hate me so much is I call your mother a bitch. But let's look at the timeline. You were obsessed with me long before I said anything about your mama. You were the one who was harassing. You were the one who was in the inbox. You were the one who were creating, 15 different accounts that I have blocked on email, on Facebook, on YouTube. And I saw the comment when you said that you have hundreds of accounts. That's a lot of time and energy. So I didn't.
That's real busy for somebody whose life is so wonderful. And real busy.
Yeah, I just don't. But to try to make it, to justify your supposed angst with me because I insulted your mother, but you were poking the bear. You were trying to get me to say something. You wanted my attention. And I ignored you for a really long time. And then when I finally gave you some of the attention, now you're going to turn around and use that to justify continued harassment. But I'm not in your inbox. You're in my inbox. You want my attention. And I don't understand why my attention is so important to you. If I am a nigga whore, but why do you want my attention? What is so special about me that you need me to address and acknowledge you? I don't know what that is. I don't really care, but I think you might want to have that looked at, because it doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not in the inbox of these people that I don't like what they say. And then I also want to just say that who made you who made you the lawgiver of what I can talk about or can't talk about in the world? Who tells you? Who made you the authority on what I'm allowed to talk about? I mean, you made the comment about how we've been sitting here for 5 hours talking about trash Negroes, and you're disappointed. I don't know what makes you think that you have the final say on what other people do. I can't stop Tommy Sotomayor from doing what he's doing. Clearly, Philip Weiss ain't been slowed down for doing what he's doing. Tariq is making his Hidden Colors 5027 as we speak. So I know that I'm not arrogant and selfish enough to believe that I am the moral authority that gets to decide who says what. I know that I don't. So I'm not in those people's inboxes threatening and I don't do that, because I recognize that as much as I don't like everything that is said, that the world requires diversity of thought, and Black people are no different. That we say we're not a monolith, and if we're really going to be that, then that means that there's going to be lots of different opinions. I don't agree with a lot of the opinions. I think a lot of the opinions are crap. I think that a lot of what is said is trash and lies. And I think that a lot of it is disruptive and destructive. But I would never, ever suggest that I have the right to dictate to every human being on this planet, or every Black person on this planet, what they can or cannot say.
Right.
So I don't understand what makes you think that you have the right to dictate what me and Crystalline talk about. I don't understand why you think that, but for whatever reason, you've
being a bully. It's just being a bully.
No, I don't think it's necessarily being a bully. I just think that clearly having dominion over your submissive Eastern European woman is not enough for you.
It's not enough for you.
Want dominion over me too. Why do you need dominion over me? Why do you need me to submit to your will? I don't know you.
Right.
I didn't birth your baby. I don't know you. I didn't know you. I didn't know your mama. I'm nothing to you. So why do you make me matter so much? I don't understand.
No, that's a good question. Why
do you make me matter so much? Because I can guarantee you don't matter that much to me.
Right.
I don't like you. I don't like you. I don't like what you do, but you don't matter enough to me for me to be inboxing you and following you around from platform to platform. You don't matter enough to me because I'm a grown up and I got a life and I just don't care. So what is it about me that matters so much to you? Because I would think that your beautiful Eastern European fiance, who I'm sure she's quite gorgeous, she would hold all your attention, but yet she doesn't seem to be enough for you. And I don't quite understand why these white women are not enough for y'all.
That white men have given you.
Listen, I'm not hating on him having a white man's job. If he was able to, he says he's college.
But if he hates white men so much, you need to come to him for everything. You're bragging to us about what a successful man you are. You're successful because a white man created an institution that you're working for.
I'm not even hating on that either, because I'm like, listen, get yours. That's what they all need to be doing. Get yours. You got a degree. You working fine.
Get yours. That's fine.
Right.
Don't sit up here and say that they're the enemy and they're so evil when you are like you're sucking at their tit, though.
Listen.
How are you saying they're evil and the enemy? But you that they're how you get your nutrition. They're how you live. It's how you survive.
Like I said, this is par for the course. So I listen, get yours, brother, get yours. I just don't understand why I have to matter so much to you. Why what I say or doesn't say has to matter so much to you that you are, it moves you enough to create a new Gmail account and then a new Facebook account attached to the new Gmail account, and then a new YouTube account attached to the new Facebook account. And that every time I block you, you show up again. Every time I delete you, you come back for more. Why am I so important to you? I would think that your beautiful woman would be all that you need. And I don't have no problems with her being all that you need. I'm glad that you found what you wanted, brother. I'm glad
you would be more of what you need. Obviously not. You need us too.
I'm just asking because I don't understand. I'm happy for you if that's what you needed and you found it, then I'm glad you found what you needed. For some reason, you begrudge me the same though. You begrudge if I go and find myself an Eastern man
and never yours.
Right, who gives me what I need, but but I don't begrudge you. The old me, let me tell you something. The me that you should have been more angry with, beloved, was not the me that you're dealing with now. It was the old me when I was all black, race conscious, black, because I would have been hating towards you. I would have taken your Eastern European as a personal affront to me, and I would have felt rejected, and I would have, given you an evil look when you walk by. I would have done those things because I was raised first, and I would have taken your choice personally. And I would not have been nice, I would not have felt nicely towards you and your love. But the new me, the one that you hate now, is actually much less. It moves much less. I don't care. I'm happy to see you with her, to be honest with you. And I think more of you should find Eastern European women. I think more of you should find Black women who are going to give you what you need, because I keep thinking, well, if you get what you need, and then maybe you won't be so angry all the time, and you won't be so hurt all the time, and you won't be cursing in my inbox. So maybe you need 2 Eastern European women now. Right. Whatever you need that will make you stay out of my inbox is what I would want you to have. But I want you to have all of that. So the old me that would have been more socially approvable to you, which was the Black power and my Black kings and the white devil me. But she would have not been kind to you in your loving partnership with your love. She would have been resentful of it. The me that you hate is actually very happy for you. So that's the irony of it. The me that you hate, that you feel like you got to keep at, because you need my attention, I'm actually happy that you found what you wanted wherever it was. If I couldn't give it to you, if a woman that looked like me couldn't give it to you, then I'm glad you found it with her. Yeah. So the irony of it is I'm a much nicer woman to you now than I would have been when I was caught up in race nonsense. I say live and let live. You want her? I don't take it as a personal rejection. I don't feel hurt by it. I used to. I'm not gonna lie. Back in the day, I used to feel hurt when I used to see Black men with white women. I don't feel that way now. I actually am very happy that you found whatever it is that you're looking for. So I just wish that you would get to the point that would be enough for you, so that you wouldn't need my attention. I don't know what's so special about me that when you have all of this wonderful Eastern Europeanness sitting in your lap, that you still need me to give you attention. I don't think I'm that fabulous.
You still need us
to
attention.
I don't think there's anything so special about me. I don't know you. I don't kiss you. I don't love up on you. I don't make babies with you. I don't edify your manhood. So I don't know what it is about me why you need my attention when you have your love sitting in your lap. So I would just, and this is me. I'm not being funny here, because I'm tired of being in warfare all the time. So I'm not being funny at this moment. I'm really being honest and being true, serious with you, beloved. And I'm only calling you that because that's how you reference me. I'm happy if you are happy. My concern is that you're not happy because you keep at me, you keep at it. And what I want you to do is be so happy that I'm not a necessary part of this equation for you. You don't have to like what I say, and it's okay. And you can hate my message, and that's all right. I don't like a lot of people's message, and I hate what a lot of people say. But I don't feel the need to let them know every week in their inbox. So what I would like for you is I wish you and your fiance all the happiness in the world and more beautiful babies and a life of stability and the hard work that you put in to achieve your success as a successful Black man with your degree and your 6-figure salary, all of that. I want you to enjoy all of that. And I can't help but think you can't possibly be fully enjoying it when you're spending a lot of time being angry at me. So how about this? I'm willing to call a truce. I will stop being angry at you. And hopefully you can stop being angry at me. Yeah. I won't refer to your mother as mean things and call her out her name. And you don't make threats against my son and my bloodline. And we just all go our separate ways. Right. And if you need to do that,
we will wish you well with your agent, with your Eastern agent. So I think let's call him by name because we're making a truce, right?
No, don't call him by name. Don't call him by name.
Okay. Well,
he knows who I'm talking to. He knows, and those of you who already know. I'm just saying to you that if you are willing to walk away, I'm willing to let you. I don't feel the need to keep doing this thing with you. I don't open up your emails when you send them, the ones that get through my blocks. I don't. So. If my calling your dead mother a bitch was that hurtful to you, then I apologize for calling your dead mother a bitch. I don't have anything personal against your mother. I didn't know your mother. I am, in my anger, I was frustrated about the fact that I have to wonder what kind of woman would create a son who would treat me this way. Because right. I was at my son, I have a son. And if he were doing to other Black women, what you were doing to me, I would feel some kind of way as a mom.
My son.
I don't care what that woman said or did. If he was stalking them and after they've asked him to leave them alone, stop calling, stop writing me, to stop, after they've blocked him and he's continuing to harass, I, as a mother, would feel ashamed. So I don't know what kind of mama you had. And maybe she was a really great mama. And I don't know what happened to you. I don't know what your issue is with you. But I know that if I were your mother, I would feel some kind of way. And I would feel ashamed that my son would be doing this to women because she is a mother and a woman. And I would not want my son under any circumstance, I don't care what a woman did, to be doing to a woman, especially a Black woman, what you are doing to us. I would not want that as a mother. Right. And so I will say this, since this seems to have been
you
your
both have sons. And
right.
I tell you, I would wring his neck and I would have his father wring his neck if he ever did this to a woman, I don't care what race she was. To do this to another a woman is wrong. Is wrong.
And so I want to say this. Since your tie to me seems to be, because I want to see if this is really true, because you said the reason why you're so hateful for me and you'll never let it go is because I called your mother a bitch. And so since that seems to be the thing that links you to me, then I'm going to sever that link by saying that I apologize for calling your mother a bitch. So I hope that now frees you so that you can spend all of your time with your beautiful woman and that you won't feel compelled to keep doing this thing with me. It's not necessary. And we don't need to be connected to each other in any way that way.
Right.
So if that is the trigger, right? If that is the thing that keeps you feeling so riled up, because I understand when someone said something about someone you love, it can really make you feel some kind of way. I feel protective of my son too, which is why I said the thing to you about your mother that you said that after you've made threats about my son and called him a retard and said nasty things about him. That's why I said that out of anger, a response. So I understand being triggered. So So if that is your trigger, then hopefully this will release you from it. And then you will feel okay about, just fully being present in your relationship with your fiance and your son and enjoying your accolades and not having to deal with, Black women in relationships anymore, not having to suffer, whatever it is that you don't want, you're avoiding by being with a non-Black woman. I don't begrudge you for being with her. I'm happy that you found what you wanted and what you needed.
Wait, he responded. He has bullet points because he's got this great life, but he's got time to listen. So here's what he says. He has bullet points. One, I don't hate white men. Check. I never had a baby with a nappy-headed Black woman. My kid is mixed.
Okay.
Kendall is a complete effing hypocrite. They are the lowest rung of hell in the Bible. Why is her son not to bring home a white woman while she advocates for Black women's ruling? Next, why I can multitask quite well. I can take 30 seconds to make a Google account, which is all you need for YouTube. Taking 35 minutes out of your day is having nothing to do, LOL. You're taking time out of the day now.
It doesn't matter, Chris, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Listen. Well, how I choose to raise my son and what I teach my son is my business. That is the domain of my home. What you choose to teach your son is the domain of your home. You can teach your son, you can raise your son to hate all Black women and to never ever look at a Black woman romantically. You could raise your son to feel whatever you want to raise him to feel, and you have that right. You don't have the right to dictate to me the dynamic between me and my child. So you're overstepping your bounds because you're not his father. You're not my man. You don't pay my bills. You didn't pay his tuition. You have nothing to do with him and I. So whatever I choose or choose not to establish as a dynamic between me and my child that I birthed out of my body is my business. That is not your domain.
You don't even have, you have a mixed child. You said you have never had a baby with a nappy-headed.
Good. I'm glad you did not.
So what I don't understand is why are you here?
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I offered, okay, so here's the deal.
Somebody please make this make sense to me.
Girl, let it go. I offered to free him from this trigger that he has.
Yeah.
About his mama. So maybe when I said that, he had already sent the email. So this is what I'm offering, sweetie. This is what I'm offering to you. You can take it or not take it, is up to you. You don't get to what I will say this, and I'm saying it with as much kindness as I could bring about. You don't get to determine what is done between me and my son in my household. I know you want to feel I don't know why you feel like you want to have control over that, but you don't get that right, because he can't come to you and ask you to pay his tuition, but he has to come to me. So you don't get the right to establish the dynamic and the terms that I set for showing up in my son's life. You don't get to establish that. So if it's unfair or not, if it's hypocritical or not, it's none of your business. Now, my son is 22 years old, 23 years old. He's not a little boy anymore. At any moment, if he decides that he doesn't like the terms that I have established, he can be on his way. He's not dependent upon me as an underage child anymore. He's a grown-up. Now he's, transitioning into adulthood, but legally he's a grown-up and has been one for 4 years. So if he doesn't like the dynamic between me and him, he has the right as a man to walk away. I'm not stopping him from going anywhere. So let's respect you say I should respect your mother because she is a fellow woman. Well, respect my son because he's a fellow man. Let him decide what he wants and doesn't want. If he decides that he's had enough of my supposed hypocrisy, he can walk. He don't have to listen to anything I say. He's a grown-up. He's an adult. So if he decides that he doesn't like the double standard that exists in my household, then he has the right to renege on any dynamic with me. He can stop calling me. He can act like I don't exist. So why don't you respect him as a man and allow him to make his own choices, just like you've made yours? But you trying to have domain over both your house and my house it's like really weird. You don't know me, and you're not my man. So why do you feel like you should have domain over what goes on in my house between me and my child? He is not your bloodline.
And here's the thing: you don't even have any ties to Black women at all.
I don't understand, because you said you didn't have any children.
Is dead. and
He
you
didn't-
don't have a Black baby mother, then what is your time?
I don't know
What's your
why you care
attachment?
about what's going on in the household of the nappy-headed woman that you rejected genetically.
Right.
You rejected a woman like me, right? You didn't have no babies with a nappy-headed bitch like me. Okay, so then what do you care what is going on in my house?
The attachment.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, dude. Like, dude, it's
Like, you
weird.
don't
And it doesn't make any sense.
Do
And I'm done giving you any attention. I,
you even realize how weird you seem? Like
Yes,
with
yeah.
every explanation you have, where you're saying that you are you have far removed yourself from Black women by being in a relationship where you allegedly are supposed to be getting married to an Eastern European woman. You have a child out of wedlock with a woman who is also not Black. Your mother is dead. You have no affiliation at all to Black women. But so I don't understand, what is your attachment?
I don't know. It
What
seems
is
like
your attachment to us then?
it seems like he sneaks us out. It seems like you've gone out of your
Oh,
way.
he has sought us out.
Right, but I mean, if the purpose was to rid your life of all, connection to us, which you seem to have been able to do, then you reintroduce us back in, like you went on a no Black bitch diet, like you eliminated us, right? But then you keep introducing us back into the menu.
You
Like,
keep
why?
bringing us back in. Like,
I don't know, and at this point, I don't care because you said that your issue with me is that I called your mother a bitch. So I'm telling you that I apologize for calling your mama a bitch.
right. And whatever I did, I don't know. I breathed. So I apologize for breathing.
So perhaps now, whatever it is that you feel bonds us, you'll be freed from, and you can go and enjoy your mixed race son and your beautiful Eastern European woman, and be glad that you didn't procreate with a nappy-headed bitch like me.
Right.
And you can rest assured that my son is a grown-up and he's a man, and just like you get the right to make your life choices, he will make his. And if at some point he decides that he no longer wants me in his life, or he doesn't like the terms that I've dictated, or he feels that I'm a hypocrite, and so he wants to sever his ties to me, then let him make that decision. Give him the chance to decide that. You don't have to come in and interlope for him. He doesn't even know you.
Right.
So
the same kid that you called stupid and dumb and all this other, now you want to defend him? Now you're worried
now he's a little
about his welfare? Come on.
Now you care about him. So I don't know what that's about, but I've done my part. I've said my due. As far as I'm concerned, this is the last time that you will ever get any attention from me. I don't know why you need my attention, but I gave it to you. So, and I apologize to you about calling your mother a bitch. I'm not going to even demand or ask that you apologize to me for the things you said about my son. It doesn't matter. I just want to do.
Or how you put my name on my street name and put out my personal information. I won't even mention that. I won't mention how you put the street name on your YouTube channel, how you put my kids at risk, how you were telling all my personal business. I won't mention that either.
Right.
I'm sorry for breathing.
Just
Sorry for breathing.
Dude, just let it go. Just let it go, girl, dude. So this will be the last time since and I only brought it up since you wrote that to Chris about me and how you're so angry with me because of what I said about your mother. So since that seems to be the tie that binds us, that I'm unleashing that tie. And I'm hoping that now that I have unleashed you from that, and your mother is not a bitch, and I hope that now you feel a little bit better, and so you can just go and fully enjoy your life, and you won't need me around anymore. Like, you don't need my attention, because I'm not going to give it to you. And I don't know why I matter that much to you, but hopefully I won't anymore. And you will never matter that much in my household. You will never matter that much between me and my son, because I'm his mama. Just like you feel the way you feel about your mother, my son feels that way about me. He loves me just like you love her. Right. And he wants to protect me just like you want to protect her. And
well,
so
he just replied 2 minutes ago, Truce agreed. I heard the apology. Go with God. All right, so now on. So this is a momentous occasion. So Kendall, from this point forward, we probably we shouldn't, right, hear from this man again, right?
I'm gonna take him at his word.
Listen,
500
500 people heard him say, truce agreed.
Okay. So I'm done now. So I won't mention you. I won't address you. I won't allude to you. I won't do anything. So as far as I'm concerned, we good. And I hope that, you, whatever it is that brings you joy in your life, that you get all of it that you want.
Right.
That's what I want for you. And I will be doing the same thing in my life and helping my son get that for himself. And if that in some way, at some point takes him away from me and he ends up like you in the arms of an Eastern European white woman and he doesn't want me around and he, then he's a man and he will at some point he has the right to make that decision. And even as his mother, I respect his manhood enough to say that he has the right to make that decision. And that's between me and him. And I will have to deal with that if the day ever comes for that. And that's between me and my child. I would never presume to get between you and your baby boy. And I would hope that you would not presume to do the same, to come between me and mine. Hey, one day he may wake up and decide that he agrees with the types of things you feel and say and decides that he doesn't want to have anything to do with me. And if he does so, as a man, he has that right. I can't stop him from doing that. So I'm glad that we squashed this now. So ladies, we've been on for, I can't believe
I know. Seriously, over 5 hours. And my daughter is coming in here. She's been popping her head in and she has plopped herself in the middle of the floor looking at me like, okay, all right, I gave you time. I gave you the time you asked for.
No, that's so sweet. But yes, you got your babies to get to, and I got a life to get to. So thank you, ladies, for entertaining our thoughts and our ideas for all of this time. We've had a lot of people watching. At the height, I saw 683 people watching. That might be the most we've ever had. Yeah. So thank you for allowing me to chime in. And
we need to do this podcast.
Yeah, we're gonna do the podcast, and the podcast will be for those who are interested in what we have to say. So you don't have to worry about us, being in your world if you don't want to. I want us to be there. For those who want to be there, those will be the ones who have access to our podcast. So look for some announcements for us soon. Those of you who would like to keep in contact with my platform, you can get on my email address. I told y'all what it was earlier, KsC Blue Pill, BLEUPILL @outlook.com, and just say, hey, I'm a Black woman. I'm interested in being on your email list, and I'll allow you to do so. And that's how you stay in contact with me. And then, of course, y'all know where to find Chris. Chris has her Pink Pill. She has a Facebook page. She has a YouTube channel. She has her blog, which is just been updated and looks fabulous. So that's it, ladies. Chris, you go do your mama thing. I'm going to do my life 2.0 thing. I'm glad we've got some things resolved.
Yep.
And we can all move forward. So thank you, everyone. And y'all go have a good night. That's exactly what I plan to do.
Yep, that's right. All right, guys. Thanks for listening. And for those of us who are, those of you who are affiliated with, our private groups, you'll have access to this. Everybody else, too bad, so sad. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.